اشتغل خلاص. Okay. Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's quite an honor and pleasure to be here today in one of the thematic days in the ICESCO Pavilion, COP 29 at Baku. Very happy today to be moderating a session at the ICESCO Pavilion on the Water Day, Agriculture Day, Way Forward to Studying Impact of Climate Change on Water Resources and Agriculture in the Islamic World and the Arab region. And I'm quite happy to be joined in this panel today by Dr. Kamel Mustafa Al-Sayed, the head of the Middle Region Office, Arab Organization for Agricultural Development, as well as Dr. Omar El-Badawi, the Regional Land Resources Program Manager at the Center for Environment and Development for the Arab Regions and Europe, CIDARI. Quite happy to have both of you here today. Welcome to the ICESCO Pavilion, and looking forward to hear from both of you. As we are all aware, like global climate change have been impacting, different domains at different intensities, different magnitudes, and it is no brainer that we are seeing different kind of impacts at a global level and at a regional level. And the Arab region, the Islamic world, is not an isolation of the other regions of the world. We have been witnessing dramatic changes happening in this part of the world, driven by global circulations, driven by global trends, which does have a very clear local impact, which has been causing lots of stress on different kind of ecosystems and caused lots of displacement and mobility as well in different parts of the world, specifically in the Arab region and the Islamic world. We are witnessing water stress issues, water scarcity issues in these parts of the world, in North Africa specifically and other parts. We have been witnessing a big anomalous behavior of water retreat and underground water anomalies, which are showing no recharge in any way. As well as a lot of stress on the food chain and the supply chain for different kinds of agricultural products, as well as the green cover and the green area. So lots of things are happening in this part of the world that requires different ways of looking into the problems and different ways of financing and mobilization of funds from place to another in order to address such problems. Today, our guest speakers are going to touch bases on these issues that I just mentioned right now, and we will be happy to listen to them, and then we might be running some questions for them after their presentations. And now let's get started with the first presentation with Dr. Kamel Mustafa Al-Sayed, who is going to talk to us today about the impact of climate change on agriculture and water resources in the Arab region, challenges and opportunities. Dr. Kamel, welcome to the ICESCO Pavilion, and looking forward to hear from you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hisham. I'm really honored to be here with you at the ICESCO Pavilion and on this day of the COP29. My presentation will be about the impact of climate change on agriculture and water resources in the Arab region, challenges and opportunities. Of course, we know all that there are many impacts that will affect the agriculture and water resources in the Arab region. But I will go to the most important and the most significant ones that will really affect the agriculture and water resources. The first one and the foremost one, and the one that will affect all of these, is the temperature. So I'm going to speak first about the temperature rise in agriculture and rise and agricultural productivity. The high temperature are causing crop cycles to shorten, actually, meaning crop nature faster but often yield less. Extreme heat during flowering can lead to poor yields, and especially for temperature-sensitive crops like wheat and barley. For livestock, the livestock will suffer from heat stress due to higher temperature, which lowers milk and meat yields. increase susceptibility to disease, and decrease fertility, impacting herd sustainability, of course. Uh, Next, please. The increasing frequency of extreme weather events. We all know that in the past, if we go back to like 20 years back or so, we will find that the frequency of drought and flash floods is much lower than what we have now. In the past, that I remember that in the north west coast of Egypt, as an example, we used to have like twice or three times heavy showers. But now, for the flash floods that's happening in Egypt, as an example now, it's much more than that. It can reach 5 or 6, very short, very severe. And the soil degradation, including salinization and the nutrient depletion due to extreme events, is high. It reduces the arable land quality, making it difficult to plant to grow sustainably in affected areas. Next, please. Changing in rainfall pattern, the erratic rainfall disrupt planting schedule and reduce reliability for rain-fed farming. So the rain will come in the time that it's not needed, while the rain will not be there when it's needed. The reduced and unpredictable rainfall means farmers rely more on groundwater for irrigation, leading to deplete the aquifer and the challenges in growing growing water intensive crops. Next, please. The impact on food security, of course, declining the agricultural productivity because of this erratic rainfall and this increase in temperature will reduce food availability, raising local food prices and making staple crops harder to afford, affecting food security across the region. With less reliable local food production, Arab nations increase their dependence on food imports, making them vulnerable to international price fluctuations and supply chain issues. And we all know the Russian-Ukrainian war and what happened in the pandemic. This is a very good example for having a unsafe or not enough safe food security in the region, and we have to rely on the other countries to supply us with the needed amount of food. Water scarcity in the Arab region. The Arab region's limited water availability is stressed by population growth, industrial demand, and the inefficient use making water scarcity critical issue. The area of the Arab world is almost half. Yes, I remember it's 0.5% of the globe area, and the population is 5% of the population, or maybe the vice versa. The population is almost 0.5%, while the area is 5% of the whole of the globe, while the water resources is less than 1% or 0.5% of the renewable water resources all over the area. This will show us that this area is under huge water scarcity. The climate-driven high evaporation rates reduce surface water, while overuse of groundwater leads to unsustainable aquifer depletion. We all know that the general circulation models that is being used to model the climate change will give the impression that the water in the Arab region will increase. Yes, it will increase from rainfall with the flash floods that we talked about, while the high temperature will eat this increase and will cause the area to be under more water stress. So this is not really the case, but it is even worse. It will make life even worse. And we are not talking about quantity here, but we are talking about the distribution of this water or the water pattern, the rainfall pattern all over the area. Next, please. Decline in precipitation and river flow. This I covered this in the last 2 minutes. So next, please. Increased salinity of coastal water sources because of this over drafting or over use of the groundwater aquifer. The seawater intrusion will be increased, and then the aquifers along the coast will be more saline. Next, please. Now the challenges in a quick way. Water scarcity and resources management, limited freshwater availability. This is a challenge. Overexploitation of groundwater resources. Next, please. Extreme weather and temperature variability, heat, stress impact, crop yields and livestock health, and the erratic rainfall pattern make it difficult to plan agriculture cycles. Thank you. Soil degradation and loss of agricultural land, salinity and desertification make land less suitable for farming. Flooding and wind erosion stripe valuable topsoil, decreasing land productivity and posing risks for long-term agriculture. Food security and depletion on import, declining local production due to climate change, increase reliance on food import, raising vulnerability to external economic factors. Rising food prices and reduced production lead to greater food insecurity, as we mentioned before. Infrastructure and technological challenge, we have really lack of that, lack of efficient water storage and irrigation systems, limit the sustainable use of available resources for agriculture, and the high cost of climate adaptive technologies restrict their widespread adoption, impacting adaptation effort in the region. Next, please. Policy governance and socio-economic challenges, lack of storage and resource competing among communities is also a challenge. Thank you. Next, please. Now the opportunities. We have some opportunities. Yes, I know it is really difficult to talk about the climate change, and there are some opportunities in climate change. But however, there are some opportunities that we have to emphasize and we have to strengthen and we have to make the benefit out of it. Develop crops that tolerant heat, temperature, and drought can increase productivity in arid areas, enhancing food security. Genetically modified crops with pest and stress resistance ensure reliable yield even under climate challenge, contributing to food security. Next, please. Technological innovations in agriculture and water management. Precision agriculture use data to optimize water and nutrient usage, improving crop efficiency and reducing environmental impacts. AI, and this is very important item here, AI and the machine learning provide insights for optimizing water usage and predicting climate impact, supporting sustainable agriculture. Next, please. Sustainable agriculture and water management practices, conservation agriculture practices like no-till farming improve soil health, enhancing reliance to climate change and increasing yields. Integrating pest management reduce reliance on chemical, promoting ecological balance and supporting long-term sustainability. Next, please. Water efficient irrigation systems such as drip irrigation, sprinkler irrigation reduce water usage and are ideal for areas with limited resources. Smart irrigation uses sensor data to optimize water use, ensuring plants receive the right amount at the right time. Next, please. Non-conventional water resources, this is a very important item again. The desalination and wastewater treatment to offer alternative water sources for agriculture, especially in this area. Rainwater harvesting, which is really cost-effective, will supplement traditional water sources, especially during dry seasons, supporting agricultural alliances. Next, please. Capacity building and farmer education. This is very important, as training farmers on climate adaptive practices enhance their ability to cope with climate impact. Community empowerment through local participation in climate solution ensure sustainable and context-specific adaptation. Next, please. Improving water infrastructure. This is very good opportunity actually. In investing in water infrastructure, we reduce loss during transport and distribution, and this is the huge project now in Egypt, going in Egypt now. Flood control and the stormwater management system reduce the impact of extreme weather on agricultural productivity, and actually the Arab Organization for Agricultural Development has got many projects all over the Arab countries dealing with this matter. Next, please. Regional cooperation, water diplomacy. This is very important, as without this, with the fact that 70% of water resources coming from the outside of the Arab area will pose lots of difficulties, lots of constraints on the water resources usage in this area. So regional cooperation and water diplomacy is really important and very well needed. Next, please. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kamal. That was a very good way of putting all the issues in front of everybody. So now we are aware of the drivers or the forcings which are causing the problem. We are aware of the challenges which are happening as a consequence of these drivers or these forces that you shared with us. And then you give us a good segue to some of the possible opportunities to deal with the issues in hand that you highlighted. Thank you so much for that. And I think this is a good transition to some cases now that we are going to see in the second presentation, the implementation of all these drivers and issues, and maybe sharing some of the possible opportunities as well that was presented here. So now to Dr. Omar Al-Badawi Sidari.
Thank you, Dr. Hisham, for this introduction. My presentation here will be on climate smart agriculture, especially the case study in Egypt. First, I'd like to have introduction to climate smart agriculture. The definition is a method addressing for security and climate change challenges. The goal of climate smart agriculture aims to boost agricultural productivity while being climate resilient. Also resilience building through enhancing resilience against climate impact in agriculture. Also emission reduction. And also climate smart agriculture is trying to achieving challenges in special agriculture challenges in Egypt. The current agriculture landscape in Egypt, we have in Egypt we have the agriculture contribute about 12% of to the GDP, and about 30% of the population works in agriculture fields. So the impact of climate change, if we do the the impact of climate change, Dr. Kamal said a lot about that, but I summarize it with raising temperature, also precipitation, raising sea level rise, crop yield threats, and water scarce resource challenges. The principle of sustainable agriculture is to have a crop diversification, and because this will enhance the resilience, soil health management, efficient water use, integration of livestock and crops together. Case studies of sustainable practice in Egypt. Now we are Egypt trying to transform to modern irrigation to save waters, because we have need to make a management for water, and also trying to use heat resistance crop varieties in Upper Egypt and in Egypt. Also, we need to include the role of technology in climate smart agriculture, like precision farming, using remote sensing to see the vulnerability of agriculture, and also to manage the agriculture in Egypt. Also using the mobile applications, some of applications that make sense. We put sensors in the agricultural land, so we tell the farmer, you need, your land now needs to be irrigated, or you don't need. Also impact on productivity and sustainability empowerments. Also, we have to include some policies in the country to improvement the policy framework and national policy, and review the national policy overview to make the include the climate smart agriculture. Also, we need the regional support structure, subsidize for water saving technologies, and incentives for organic farming. Some challenges to adapt in adapting climate smart practices is the financial constraints and resistance to change and lack of awareness. The future perspective for climate smart agriculture is increased awareness, funding opportunity, trying to find funding opportunity, role of cooperation, international support, and scaling up practices. We have in Egypt, we conduct in cooperation with FAO a survey of sustainable agriculture practices in Egypt, and we visited all the parts of Egypt. We have visited the Upper Egypt and the Delta and new reclamation lands, and also the areas that depends on groundwater, and also rain-fed agriculture and the new agriculture. And there is, we find, I just put, we have this is published report you can find in FAO publication, but I'll just put some summary of our findings. This using greenhouse agriculture, so utilize this might impact in climate change, mitigate the climate change impacts of agriculture, and reduce water consumption and post production, and less pesticides and use of chemicals. Also, the new agriculture with using hydroponic and aquaponic. The hydroponic farming maximize the productivity of land and water unit. So in a small unit of land, you can produce a lot of crops, and also conserve about 90% of the water saving. Also, we using other practices, sustainable practices, is using methods of biological and mechanical pest control instead of using chemicals and other pesticide control. So this is an example of using some of the papers that the pesticides comes to this paper, and this is a mechanical control. Also, make you recycle of agriculture waste and make fertilizing by using the waste of agriculture and organic waste to produce organic fertilizer, increase productivity and reduce the need of chemical fertilizers. Also, using the indigenous knowledge for water harvesting and capturing and storage rainwater from the rain and or land surface to improve water availability and support agriculture and mitigate the effect of drought. Also in Egypt, there was a program for lining canals, and this also to ensure a fair distribution between farmers, because in the past the upper the farmers in the upper land can take more than the farmers in the downstream, and also conserve the water resources from infiltration. And also using the energy of renewable energy in agriculture also, because for pumping, and so this is can help. This the renewable and this is because the solar energy is renewable and sustainable and cost effective, especially in the remote area, and reduce the carbon footprint and energy independency. And also some agriculture intensification. This will using the trace farming and crop because increase the productivity and reduce water usage. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Omar, for your presentation. I think both presentations touched on some of the facts which we are facing in the Arab region and in the Islamic world, and what kind of climate drivers and climate impacts that we are observing and happening and affecting our agriculture and water usage. In my background, being an Earth system scientist and deal with the satellite observations, we really need to start like modernizing our way of thinking about agriculture and the different kind of practices which are happening, and how we can utilize the power of Earth observations and data science in order to address such pressing issues. We have been witnessing like lots of changes happening in the Arab world, which requires understanding of global phenomena and see the drivers for these issues, like in applying best practices and applying new irrigation technologies require also more understanding of the drivers of these forcing agents. When we talk about some of the very recent climate patterns that we are observing right now, something which is called whiplashes, and I'm not sure if everybody here is familiar or is aware of such a phenomenon, and atmospheric rivers. These are new phenomena that we have been witnessing as climate scientists, and we are able now to understand more about the dynamics of the system. Whiplashes are events where you have motion from extreme floods to extreme droughts, and then that will be very important for stakeholders and for decision makers and for water managers, how we can manage our water sources when we are like going through a drought period followed by a flooding period. And to do this kind of modeling and to do this kind of prediction is now a key in understanding and trying to modernize our understanding of the climate system and how things are working at a local scale, at a regional scale, and also all driven by major driving forces at a global scale. El Nino phenomena is very, very important and does affect to a great extent our water resources and agriculture patterns, which are happening in the majority of the tropical regions. I'm aware of lots of things which are happening in the Arab world. The changing pattern of the Mediterranean Sea and the temperature of the Mediterranean, like the sea surface temperature increasing by 3 degrees in the past 30 years. In the past 3 decades, we have witnessed an increase in the sea surface temperature, which is changing the entire dynamics and the entire meteorological cycle of what's happening in the Mediterranean. That's why recently we have witnessed things like Storm Daniel, for instance, in Libya, which brought massive amount of rain precipitation, like around 240 millimeters in one day, in 24 hours, which is equivalent to the same amount of rain that's received by a city like Alexandria in Egypt over the year. So modernizing our understanding of climate patterns, understanding the changes that we are living through, is a key in managing our water resources and in managing our agriculture systems, and to understand the impact on soil in terms of salinity, in terms of moisture. All of these are very important issues that needs to be addressed. And I think with the advances that we are observing in the AI domain and the deep learning and machine learning, with the power of Earth observations, we are doing a lot better. Practice like crop switching is one of the most important techniques happening nowadays, at a global level, where you are trying to use AI models to understand the crop dynamics and to put different kind of scenarios based on the water availability and your water scarcity. Let me give you an example, a country like Egypt, where we have more than 95% of our water sources coming from the River Nile, and above 80% of our income of water budget goes towards the agriculture sector. So water conservation, water proper usage is a key in a country like this, which is characterized by being a hyper-arid region and really lacks lots of water resources. So I'm happy that Dr. Kamal touched on the drivers and the forcing agents, as I mentioned, in terms of extreme weather, extreme events, variability in those cycles, the frequencies, the magnitudes, which is very, very important. And Dr. Omar, brought us, to some actions on the ground and shared with us some of the practices which are happening on the ground. I think this kind of integration was nice in order to understand, some of the modalities which is happening in our region. I'll be happy to take questions from the floor if we have any comments or questions. If not, I can before recapping, I can ask Dr. Kamal a very quick question. What is your recipe, dealing with all these extremes that you mentioned? In your opinion, and based on the opportunities that you shared with us, can you just give us, in 1 minute, what is the recipe? What is the most important opportunity that we should be capitalizing on based on the current conditions, the current situations that we are living through?
Thank you so much, Dr. Hisham. It's if I'm going to suggest a recipe for such a situation, I will strengthen on the fact that we have a group of solutions, and this matrix has got every element in this matrix is really important. I'm not going to ignore or to diminish any of these factors, but I will really put all these together. AI is important. The machine learning is important. Using satellite images and integrating the satellite images together with the AI to understand the phenomena now is important. Using the giant computers and what the new computer era that's coming in the near future is really important. Using the technology and the sensors and the smart agriculture that Dr. Omar mentioned here and give us very nice examples about them is really important. But I'm going to really stress on two important things. Using AI is very important, and we are here. We are all fortunate, really. We are lucky to live this era of starting AI, or the AI is going to fly. So we should not be behind. We have to be in this society. We have to be a part of it. I'm going to take you back to the atomic era. When it started, it was a very closed club, I would say, and they start from the use of the atomic energy and all of this in the civil use and the normal use, and it turns to be used in wars and in mass destruction and all of that. Actually, AI can be the same. AI, if we are left behind, all the other parts or the other countries will be together, and they will be having the same club of AI, and we will be behind. So please emphasize on the fact that AI is very important. Maximize the use of it. Go behind it. I know there is an old school saying that AI it's only like a fashion and it's only words and so on. No, it's fact. It's there. The second part that I'm really going to emphasize is the carbon use. The carbon credit is now starting to emerge, starting to fly again. The carbon credit in the agriculture sector will give especially the smallholder farmers a source of income in the coming decade or so. So, and in my opinion, the agriculture sector is the only sector that is going to be like the catalyst in make the synergy between the three conventions of Rio Conventions: the Climate Change Convention, the Desertification Convention, and the Biodiversity Convention. If we look to the agriculture sector sector is the only sector I suggest, the only sector that's going across the three conventions, and it can play a very good role to bring these conventions to be in a good shape all over the world, and it will bring us good news, I would say. It will not make the life on earth heaven, but at least it will decrease the situation that we are suffering from now. Thank you so much.
Great answer, Dr. Kamal. Thank you so much for your thorough explanation. So I would say that it's a relation of complementarity between different drivers and different opportunities and different tools in order to reach to one goal, which is the preservation of our agriculture and the most optimum usage of our water resources. Back to you, Dr. Omar, very briefly. If you can shed the light on a success story, a project that Sidari was carrying out, showing best practices. I know you shared with us some examples, but what stands for you as a success story that you can say, okay, we are at Sidari, we are proud of such an initiative, and this is what we did, and this is what we are proud of.
Thank you, Dr. Sham. Actually, this assessment, what we done with in cooperation with FAO, we visited all the agriculture sector, and we found a lot of practices, sustainable practices, and good examples. And the farmer themselves don't realize that this is a good practice, and we need to have this to scale up this good practice and make and encourage most of the farmers to do that. One of the good practice also, I didn't mention all the practice because it's very long, but the school farming is very important, which that we can encourage one farmer to do some new practices and sustainable practices, and himself give all the surrounding farmers to see the results and encourage them to. So this way make a lot of improvement in the behaviors of farmers, and also the integration between integrating farmers farming to have especially the aqua. We like the aquaponic and which is making fishing production, and also using this the fish give fertilizer to the water, and they use the water to irrigate the crops, and then so this is this saves a lot of water, maximize the productivity of land unit and water unit.
Great, thank you so much, Dr. Omar, for your answer. I think we come to an end to our session, and in just in respect of time for the following session, I'd like to thank our speakers here today, Dr. Omar and Dr. Kamal. Thank you so much for your knowledge and for sharing with us some of your thoughts. I would like to encourage everybody to hang around. We have a very nice session upcoming, Advancing Food, Agriculture and Waste and Water Security Through Innovation. So I'd like to encourage you to hang around with us, and let's thank our speakers for today. Thank you so much.
We can begin?
For the microphone, there is only one instruction. Microphone should not be held from the bottom.
But I don't need the microphone.
No, you don't. But
Oh, they need.
they need
Okay.
it.
You need the microphone, we don't. تعال يا محمد. Okay. نبدأ. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, dear friends and colleagues. Today we want to thank first ICESCO for hosting us for this important session on the National Initiative for Smart Green Projects. And we have a very distinguished panel. We have the Vice President of IFAD, Mr. Donald Brown, who's a good friend, and we've worked together when I was ambassador in Rome. And we have also from the FAO, Ms. Julia, speak to us about how the FAO is contributing this important initiative. And I think Khalid might be joining us later also. And we have with us a success story, Mohammed Demirdash, who was the first winner in the first round of the National Initiative for Smart Green Projects with the solar water energy project. He took the two things that we have in Egypt, the sun, the power of the sun, which is part of Egyptian history and culture, and water, which is with the Nile, of course, is there, but it's also scarce, and where he began his project and made a formidable project in which he showed how the clean energy can go a long way. And as I always tease him, he began with a $7 million project 2 years ago, and today it's $350 million. Come, Khalid, come, some. Come. تعال. Oh, there. And now his project is $350 million, which shows the success of these projects. So, to give just a brief introduction about the project, it is about localization. It's about getting everyone involved. We wanted in Egypt not to do something for the elite or only for the distinguished projects or the people, not to do it for everyone, for every village in Egypt, for every woman in Egypt, for every disabled, for everyone who can contribute, can be part of the train for the clean energy and for the climate solutions. This is an initiative about solutions, Egyptian contribution to the world, that Egypt is always part of the solution, not part of the problem, and therefore we have advanced a model which is unprecedented. No one else has opened his whole population, the 106 million, for a competition that encourages people, gets awareness, that gets capacity building, that gets training, that invites projects of different nature, and it is open for everyone because it is full of 6 categories. If you have a small project, if you have limited money, then you can contribute with that limited, you can enter into the small projects. If it's big, if it's a startup, there's a certain category for startups. If you're a woman and then you have a project or women-led projects or a project that enhances and empowers and enables women, then you can get into the one project. If you're a medium company, etc. If you're a large company, etc. Therefore, it enables everyone. And at the same time, we have let the governorates, the different governors in Egypt, 27, be empowered to be able to judge. Therefore, we had to train people and give them capacity on evaluation, what is considered green, what is considered smart. And this was new for the Egyptian bureaucracy, for the Egyptian governments, for the locals, for the localization. But we managed in 3 years to give people, empower them and have structures in universities, in governorates, in youth centers, etc., to be aware of this new complexity of this paradigm, introduction of a new paradigm and a mindset. So we are glad very much to have these partners with us, especially on Agriculture Day. We had, of course, wanted more, but everyone is busy on this day. And it's also about food security, it's about water security. So without much ado, I'd like to give first Mohammed Demirdash, one of our biggest success stories, to speak about his project, but also to speak about the road in this initiative. How you joined, how did you find it, what else, what are the next steps? We were supposed to sign something, but we will sign another agreement, one of your agreements, so congratulations for your success, and I'll give you the floor, please.
Thank you, Honorable Ambassador Hisham Badr. And I consider him a great support and a great mentor who actually, at some point in time where this voice was not very much heard, him and Dr. Mahmoud and Dr. Hala at that time, and I mean now we have Dr. Rania and everybody in the cabinet. We are moving into a different way of seeing things, where the private sector is taking the right role as part of the partners of the development in a country like Egypt. I owe this to the initiative. I owe this to this very new voice that started in Sharm el-Sheikh, where we were doing what we were doing for more than 11 years at that time. And that spotlight that we had at that time in Sharm el-Sheikh was something that really changed the rules of the game, because when we started in a position where Egypt was in a very high subsidy position. And we saw that at that time, private utility is the name of the game in the next decade. At that time, it was all public business. Power and water was all public business. And we saw that this is not sustainable. As we are heavily reliant on subsidies from the government, the fair prices for such a big, important commodity is not really a fair price, and that will not continue. So the idea was that we start that early for a clean tech utility company to deliver the very same promise, but with the new architecture, the technology is promising that we can pin any point in the desert and we transform it to green in a country that is heavily concentrated on the River Nile and the valley. And with 100 million over there, there is a big potential for expansion and urbanizations east and west by design, by default. That has to happen and has to fly and has to go fast beyond the capacity of the state alone to be able to satisfy the needs of the people in this development. So we moved that. The very simple idea is that we need to avail power from renewable resources and water for all. That's the idea. That was as naive as it sounded at that time. But we felt that it is the right of the people to have this access. And that is serving an overarching objective in Egypt, which is poverty, predominantly. If we're able to enable the people with power and water, that is development. We can actually turn any point in the desert from yellow to green, as simple as that. And to do that, it was easier said than done. It took us 11 years and more to be able to decode the formula to make it economically sustainable. Egypt had moved all along the path from 2011 to 2024 in the right direction of economic reforms, bringing everything in order, where subsidy is removed, so energy and water had become a profitable business. Okay, and that is a challenge in the short term for the Egyptians, but on the medium long term, that is enabling a very important sector that's basically agriculture. Egypt has been for thousands of years a big agriculture economy, but agriculture was always subsidized and it was not really playing with the rules of the game. Now agriculture prices are getting up, and that is enabling investment at the back end of that for the utilities. So the very idea that we went in Save One was to deliver water energy as a service for small farmers, so they pay it when they can actually do it. And we need to make this bankable. We need to make this investable. We need to make it delivering commercial IRRs that is able to attract foreign direct investment and enable export and local market agriculture production. And the idea was that we need to have it with two legs. Utility is one business, agriculture is another business, and they are totally integrated. We are asking the farmer in Egypt to do investment banking, to do marketing activities, to do technological activities, and he's not about that. He's good at farming. He's good in agriculture. He's one of the highest productivity inputs in the world. But we are asking the fish to climb the tree, and that never worked. So the idea was that we deliver what nature used to promise long ago: power and water, and they will do they will do the rest. So we had to deliver a set of agro services at the back end of the value chain, aggregating farmers, delivering technical support, connecting them to the markets, and digitizing this process for power and water supply, so that when we go to them with an agriculture contract, they know for how much will they sell their produce and for how much will they pay the power utility or the water utility, and they make profits. That is, in climate language, is resilience. That is, in climate language, is adaptation. That is mitigation. That is poverty eradication.
Ahmed, Mr. Donald Brown, Vice President of IFAD, has to go in a while, so we'll let you intervene.
Yes,
in a while.
I'm done with the story.
No, we want you to speak more.
Yeah.
But let him give him the floor, and then we'll give you.
Yeah, I'm wrapping this up with IFAD because actually it has been a great honor that we're working at the IFAD in Egypt in both the programs Pride and Crown, and that is a nice experience that we'd love to share and we'd love to exchange. So I would love to give you the floor, Mr. and take it forward. So thank you very much.
Well, in introducing Mr. Donald Brown again, I want to thank IFAD for all their great help. 2 months ago, I had the pleasure and honor of meeting Alvaro Alio, the president of IFAD, who promised of his continuous dedication, commitment to support this project. And also, I would like to thank our good friend Dina Saleh, who's here with us, who has been a very strong supporter, not only of this initiative, but of Egypt in general, and of Africa and the Middle East. So when we think always of IFAD doing work in Arab world, in Egypt, always the name Dina Saleh comes. You have a lot of partners in Egypt, all the ministries, all the private sector, everyone speaks very highly of you. So in front of your boss, I would like to thank you very much. And you're doing a good job for IFAD, and I mentioned that to Mr. Alvaro. And to thank again Mr. Donald Brown. We accompanied each other in very important missions around the world. And because of the urgency of time, I'll give you right away the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And it's a pleasure to be here again, this time in Baku for the COP29 Food Day. I very much enjoyed the side event that we did together in Dubai last year at COP28. I think the work of the government of Egypt, but also the National Initiative for Smart Green Projects is really exciting. And actually, hearing Mohammed's story is really quite inspirational. It's something I've been following, and we hope we can do more, Mohammed, with you and your team. And as the title of the event suggests, advancing food, agriculture and water security through innovation, I want to maybe pick up where you left off, Mohammed, and talk a little bit about agriculture, food security and water. So as we all know, water is the foundation of agriculture and therefore food and food security. And the interconnection between water availability and food production cannot be overstated. And obviously linked to that, you need power. And water scarcity poses an immediate and profound threat to food production, especially in the rural communities where IFAD works, often in some of the most climate vulnerable areas. And agriculture remains one of the biggest consumers of fresh water. But obviously, without sustainable water management, our food systems will not function. And I think you gave a good example of how we're trying to do sustainable water management in that context. And obviously, with the impact of climate change, the need for effective water management and conservation is going to increase even more in that context. In fact, a couple of statistics really hit me. One was a joint study by UNESCO and the UN Water, which estimates that agriculture accounts for 72% of all global freshwater withdrawals, 72%. And in many developing countries, from Egypt to India to Ethiopia, agriculture's share of water can even be higher than 72%. And as we move towards increased impact of climate change, we will see even more pressure on water and water resources. In fact, as a result of climate change, one study suggests that we'll need an additional 40 to 100% more water just to get the same crop yields. So why IFAD? So IFAD works with some of the poorest farmers and rural communities. I like to say we work at the first mile where development begins. And in that context, these are some of the most vulnerable to climate change and particularly to water. 1 minute we see droughts. Next minute, as we saw in East Africa this year, we see floods. So it's not just an issue of irrigation, it's an issue of water management, water storage, water harvesting. And IFAD invests in this with communities throughout the world. But also, we not only invest at the farm level, we invest at the watershed level. So, for example, for the Tana watershed that feeds Nairobi in Kenya, we have worked on the Tana watershed program for over 20 years, working not only with the small farmers to improve the quality of water and the amount of water, but also to reduce erosion, to reduce siltation, to protect from floods and improve water quality, such that now we have a sustainable fund for the Tana watershed, which is contributed to by industries such as the brewing industry, East African breweries, Pepsi-Cola, Nairobi City Council, because they've seen the benefits of improved water quality and quantity, but also the farmers themselves have got improved access to water and clean water and energy. So that's the sort of things IFAD invests in. Let me give you one more exciting example a bit closer to home, so to speak, and that's the Nexus for Water, Food and Energy in Egypt, which is looking at how we can bridge the financing gap in climate adaptation. So I remember in Sharm el-Sheikh 2 years ago at COP27 when the government of Egypt launched the Nuafi platform. And at the launch, Nuafi encompassed 9 projects, 14.7 billion US dollars in the first phase, and a number of pillars of which IFAD has been very pivotal in supporting design and structure. So the food pillar within Nuafi is specifically designed to address IFAD's urgent climate challenges. Egypt is one of the world's 3 extreme vulnerability hotspots. And having a vision like Nuafi that looks at water, food and energy together, I think offers a model, an innovation and an inspiration to other countries. And since then, I know the government of Egypt, but IFAD, through our connection with Nuafi, have had many requests for more information about how this is set up and how Egypt has done this work. So IFAD is very pleased that not only in some of the projects that Mohammed talked about, but also in our latest project just being approved by IFAD and the government of Egypt, Crown, we are able to have a significant investment in Nuafi. And finally, I would just again like to stress the importance of the National Initiative for Smart Green Projects, which is in many ways why we're sitting here today. And I very much, as I say, enjoyed it last year. I think the National Initiative for Green and Smart Projects is really testimony to the conscious efforts in Egypt to accelerate the transition to an inclusive, more resilient and a sustainable economy. But the really important word in there is innovation. I think Mohammed has really outlined the sort of ideas that NISGP invests in to try and really get that innovation. And as IFAD, we're very happy to be a strategic partner of NISGP since the inception, particularly looking at knowledge and how we can use knowledge. And I think when I look from last year to this year, it's great to see so much interest and it growing bigger and bigger. I mean, this current round, I understand, received nearly 6,000 applications, which is quite incredible. And as a concrete example of the partnership with IFAD, we actually took NISGP and presented it at the as a side event at the IFAD's Governing Council last February, which you came on, and again generated much interest. So maybe just let me conclude by reiterating that water is the lifeblood of agriculture and food, and sustainable water management is essential for food and food security. And I think the NIGSP initiative shows how you can really get these strategic partnerships and really invest in innovation to break through in these areas. And finally, for me, water is one aspect, but as we see in Nuafi, you need water and power together, as Mohammed has said, to really make a big impact. Water on its own is useful, but you really get the benefits when you combine it with power. So I look forward to maybe Brazil next year for our next round of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now with the microphone and with this, I have a double impact. You can hear me both sides. I want to thank Mr. Donald Brown, Vice President of IFAD. IFAD is a very interesting organization because it's one of the only organizations in which it is half part is UN organization, multilateral, but it's also a bank. So it mixes both capacities, which is very important institution, allows you to get some money. And there are examples that we spoke, like baby loans that we spoke yesterday, that Adina mentioned that we can be applying. And therefore it's a financial institution as a bank as part of it, but part of it is an international organization like the EU and other organizations. Therefore that hybrid, that mix allows for a lot of innovative financing. Innovative financing is the way of the future. This is what we're talking. If we're talking about innovations, we must also have financing. This COP has been talked about, the financing COP, and therefore as we go into innovative financing, I think there's no better institution than IFAD to guide us through there. Now to go to the next important institution, which is FAO. I had last month visited the DG, Director General, Mr. Chu Dong-yong. He's a good friend, and also he spoke about the commitment of FAO to this initiative. Mr. Khalid Al-Tawil from his cabinet knows that, and now I have the pleasure to give Ms. Julia Wolf the floor, La Scala experiment, to speak to us also about FAO's great work in innovation, agriculture, and particularly this initiative. Please.
Thank you so much. And let me first by saying thank you for inviting FAO to this very important event today at the Food, Agriculture, and the Water Day. So it's very well placed. And I'm supposed to give you the best regards of the FAO Director General, as well as Kaveh Sahedi, who is the Director of our Office of Climate Change, Biodiversity and Environment. He's moderating the part of the Ag Day, so that's why he couldn't come. But it's no less important to be here. So, and I really want to also start with saying what we hear a lot in the negotiation rooms, but also as part of the announcement today of the Harmonia initiative that is led by the COP29 presidency, Azerbaijan, with support of FAO. There was all talk about reaching the local actors, no? And I'm really impressed to hear how through the COP27, actually, you received this possibility to really scale up your effort, because that is what needs to happen at COP, right? Apart from the political discussion, it should actually be a space that creates more impact on the ground and that engages with a lot of more local actors. So I think that's really impressive. I also like to say that FAO is very supportive, and we'd like to congratulate you, Ambassador, on the continued success of the National Initiative on Smart Green Projects, which I was told 17,000 applicants from diverse communities participated. So that's quite a mobilization, and we're really enthusiastic about it because of the local nature of things. Yeah, you were asking on the Scala project. So we have been also working very closely through a program which is called Scaling Up Climate Ambition on Land Use and Agriculture. It's very long. So we called it Scala. In Italian, it means scale, which means a scale for more finance for local actors, and also to recognize the importance of the instruments as part of the convention, which are the national determined contribution and the national adaptation plans. Because countries, and you know that well, as countries you have committed and prioritized certain actions in the agriculture, land use, water sector, which needs now to be taken to implementation. So that's really important, because ambition setting needs to go with finance and implementation. It cannot be just ambition alone. So in the Scala project, we really do support the Egypt government on the M&E framework, for example. And that is also part of the discussions here, because one of the big milestones here in the Baku COP is the discussions around the global goal on adaptation, which for the national level means that countries design frameworks to track adaptation, and in a project way, which I guess IFAD is doing greatly, but then also in a sector way, right? And this needs to coincide then across the different sectors. So that's discussed here, and we're really happy that in the discussions there's now a group that looks into agriculture and conservation indicators, right? And that's exactly what we are already piloting in Egypt. So we're really proud in the Scala project that Egypt is one of the countries which wants to set an example, right? So that's a collaboration between the Agriculture Ministry with the Environment Ministry, because that's how it needs to be pulled off. No, we cannot work in sectors or silos anymore. We need to work across the different sectoral, subsectoral ministries and come up with something that is significant and that also allows a country to report then to the UNFC convention, let's say, in the Paris Agreement. So yeah, I just wanted to say this is very important, and I think it's also really key to have then to feed like these frameworks of the adaptation indicators, to feed it with existing projects. Because, and this is where the initiative comes back in, because unless there's really a clear indication of action on the ground, and a monitoring framework wouldn't be of any use, right? So that's why we really commend the ambassador that FAO is really committed to continue working with different projects, with the Scala program, through the Harmonia initiative. There's also another initiative which is actually born, which is the FAST initiative at COP27 with Egypt's leadership. And this initiative really tries to match financial offers, let's say, from banks, bilaterals, to local initiatives on the ground. So we hope to continue working with you on that and create additional opportunities. And I'll leave it here.
Thank you very much, Julia, for this for remarks. And you know, after 3 years of this initiative, it's important also to assess how can we go forward in a better way. What can we do better? Stock taking, if you will. And when I was in FAO, we will probably be approaching you through Cairo to be able to contribute also with IFAD to evaluate and have stock taking of the last 3 years in order for the next few years to be in a better, maybe we can do better than this and have it institutionalized in a much more seamless manner. So thank you for this. I would like now to give to Ambassador Khaled Al-Tawil, who's a colleague and is now in the key role in the Office of the Director General of the FAO, to give us also some reflections on their role on this initiative.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Badr. First of all, I would like to acknowledge that Ambassador Badr was my ambassador. He was not only my boss, but also a mentor for many people in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are learning a lot from him. Coming to the initiative, and I think Julia covered everything, but what I would like to highlight, many of you might know that we are dealing with the broken food systems. Our food systems are not producing enough food. More than 700 million are going to bed hungry. 3.1 billion cannot afford healthy diets. And at the same time, the food systems are producing more than 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions. This is creating a vicious circle where the climate change is affecting also our productivity of food. And the countries like Egypt are one of the most vulnerable to this. This is why I think this idea of the initiative is very creative. You are not only helping bringing innovation to food systems, but you are also making sure to be more inclusive, to bring women, to bring people from the rural areas, to encourage youth to present ideas for innovation for food system. And this is, I think, the unique feature of the initiative. It is not only about SG2, but also SG1, when you decrease poverty, dealing with gender equality, dealing with innovation and the climate change. From FAO side, Julia is from the team dealing with climate, and I think they will continue to support. But Ambassador Badr was in Rome last month, and he met the Director General, and he was also a keynote speaker in the Science and Innovation Forum. And he presented the idea, and I think this was very well received by members and also by FAO. So FAO will continue to support the initiative, not only technically, but also through providing what you refer to as this needed evaluation in order to help the initiative continue to do its role in supporting food security and the food system transformation in Egypt. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for inviting me.
Thank you, Ambassador Khaled Tawil, for this important statement and for the continuous commitment of FAO to this. And now I think we will give, of course, Mohammed another chance to come back at the end to evaluate this. But now we want to hear from some of our winners in this important day. And we begin with Luay. If you can share our Ali Walaiddin, he will begin with telling us his project. We have 3 or 4 of the winning projects with us as a testimony of the results of the success of this. So now I would like to give you the floor.
Hello everyone, my name is Luay Nasser. I'm a vice president of Petro Treatment Company. We primarily specialize in utilizing wastewater and treating it. So our project primarily utilizes wastewater, which is a highly polluted water. After treatment, we use it to grow tree forest. In Ismailia Governorate, we use it to grow Polonia tree, which is significantly reduces carbon dioxide in the air and also supports furniture production. We have around 20,000 trees already implanted. And also with the help of AI, we discovered using our R&D that we can use AI to help increase the efficiency of the monitoring using a technique called tree thermology, which given a certain set of images, you can use AI to distinguish the current state of the forest, and thus reducing the headcount needed for that monitoring. So what's the economical value of our project? We have per Faddan, we have 85 Faddans. Per Faddan, yearly we can have 1 million Egyptian pound. So it's a significant outcome to the project. Moreover, we have for the climate change, we significantly reduce the carbon dioxide, as I mentioned, by the Polonia tree. And moreover, also like the global warming, we reduce its effect on the environment. And finally, we utilize the excessive wastewater, which can really destroy the environment and threatens the whole fish industry and sea life and agriculture. Thank you so much for having me, and for the next project.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now if we can have Norhan, please, to come and present her project, and Salma will translate into English. So you can begin a bit in Arabic, and then she will take it on for English, since most of the speakers here can go ahead, please. تعالي يا سلمى.
صباح الخير، اسمي نورهان علي. المشروع بتاعي اسمه بلاك سولدر فلاي. عندنا في مصر بنعاني من مشاكل ارتفاع أسعار الأعلاف بسبب نقص الإنتاج المحلي من الحبوب وارتفاع الاستيراد الأعلاف من الخارج. تمام.
In Egypt, we're facing a significant challenge, which is the continuous rise in animal feed prices. This is predominantly due to a lack of local production of feed grains and an increased imports from abroad, which is the main reason that drives within the country. This issue has inspired her to explore an innovative solution, which is breeding the black soldier fly. It plays a crucial role in decomposing natural waste, mitigating its harmful effects. Importantly, its larvae serve as a sustainable and eco-friendly protein source for animal feed. Her projects aim to produce a range of valuable products, which includes but are not limited to live larvae, dried larvae, and compost. Additionally, she's currently researching the extraction of other beneficial products such as Q10, bio-oil, and antibiotics. The benefits of insects extend beyond just addressing the feed shortages. They also contribute to solving many issues across different sectors. For example, the environmental sector, they reduce the harmful emissions from organic waste. In health also, the Q10 is used in cosmetics and enzymes extracted from insects, which can act as antibiotics. In the energy sector as well, the oil extracted can serve as a biofuel, which in agriculture, insects provide a sustainable protein source and organic fertilizer. Together, we can turn waste into opportunity and create a more sustainable future for our agriculture system. Thank you.
And now for the last project, Shaimaa, relating to spirulina and the cultivation of that important product. Please.
I'm Dr. Shaimaa Shalabi from Portside Government. My project about the cultivation and production spirulina algae. It is a blue-green algae. It has ability to save humanity from hunger and protein deficiency. It have many nutritional elements. 16% of the protein. It's twice the amount we found in the meat. And other vitamins, minerals, acids, and other composition. So we used it to production many nutritional supplements for humans, animals, pets, and fish. We have many cosmetic production for use in the green hotels, but now I need both highlights about biosynthesis of iron oxide nanoparticles or magnetic nanoparticles for treatment color industrial wastewater. It is amazing. It is a perfect solution for the owners of the industry, owner of the factories, which uses dyes in their production. This magnetic nanoparticles have ability to remove 85% of dyes and heavy metals from the wastewater. Finally, I will product filter system, novel filter system from magnetic nanoparticles for industrial color industrial wastewater treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaimaa. And now, as a testimony that some of these projects, we are here in COP for one purpose, to expand partnerships. And therefore, as a testimony of this increasing partnerships, we bring projects for them to sign with other partners, whether international organizations, companies, other countries. And as testimony of today, we have the pleasure that we'll be having a signing ceremony of Ingazat with a Singaporean company. And perhaps Mohammed Demirdash will give us more on the background. They have signed in Sharm el-Sheikh, they have signed in Dubai, and now they are signing in Baku. And hopefully in Brazil also will be signing as part of this expansion of this model that you have of solar water energy. Perhaps you can give us also an introduction of what are you going to be signing and the future.
Thank you, Ambassador Hisham. Thank you, Your Excellency. As he mentioned, from a private sector view, the path from an idea, the amazing ideas that we're having, to scale, that's a very tough path. It's a very tough path. And I guess the key takeaway that I want to voice up here in COP is that we're all in the learning curve of how we engage with multilateral institutions, with MDBs, with IFIs in this journey. The mechanics of engagement of the private sector, I guess through the initiative and many others, there's a lot to be done in this area. We're not there yet. There is a lot more to achieve. And in that sense, we are having this signing right now with one of the biggest carbon developers in the world. And the idea is just to bring forestation to the scene as part of the income generation and the de-risking tools for carbon credits to the smallholder farmers and enable them to adopt clean tech utilities. So that is signing that we're having right now to bring this value to the Egyptian soil and from Egypt to the rest of the region. So Omar, please, I would love to have you here.
So you can sign together if you want.
بنقعد ازاي؟
اقعدوا انتوا الاثنين هنا. طلع كرسي وانا اقف وراك.
Can we bring this table back? Thank you.
Yeah.
So we can take the picture.
Yeah. هذه اتفاقية عادية. بيتك.
Can you hold it, please? Hold the paper. Is there any logo here?
There is a logo.
Okay, okay. It will be good. Take it like this. And the second leg.
These are going to be all over the news.
New York Times.
We have super media people. لا لا انت كده عديت. نقف ازاي؟ How would you like us to start?
Just beside each other. نعم. Perfect, thank you.
Now.
Okay.
مبروك.
Okay, let me congratulate you on this signing ceremony, and hopefully we can see like the same thing going on in Brazil next year. And I would like to thank Ambassador Badr for hosting, or not for hosting, but like for moderating such a great event, and also welcome all our partners from FAO and from IFAD. FAO is a very close friend of ICESCO. We had yesterday Dr. Baranj. He was part of one of our sessions yesterday, and actually Mr. Khalid Tawil, Ambassador Khalid, we are going to be sitting together on a panel in few days in Cairo. So very happy to have everybody here, and let me congratulate you one more time. And let me reiterate, innovation is the path forward, and I would like to acknowledge and commend you on your effort and wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Hisham, for hosting us for ICESCO. This was a great event, and hopefully we'll do it as a next year also with the same vigor. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
silent.
حلوه السيتنج دي.
جدا
على فكره انت اونلاين هنا تحكي معها ومع ده كله اونلاين. ابدا.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to have this session now, and I would like to thank ICESCO for inviting us or hosting us in this session. Actually, food security is very important for the region. Even we talk about the Arab countries or Islamic countries, food security is very important, and we are all having problem in the food security. The food security also is linked with water resource management, and we cannot have this. We cannot solve the problem of food security without water resource, and water and food and energy is are linked together in what's called food water nexus. So we in this session we are investigating how the link between food security and the water resources management in Islamic world and Arab countries, a science policy nexus. Science policy nexus is a framework for link the all together to have impact and between food and Arab countries and in all countries. So now I have the pleasure to introduce our panelist, Dr. هشام خلينا ناخدها بالترتيب. دكتور كامل مصطفى السيد, head of the Middle Region Office Arab Organization for Agricultural Development. Professor Hisham Al-Askari, advisor to DG of ICESCO, professor at Champaign University, and Dr. Tariq Sadeh, Climate Change Office at the ICESCO. So let me start by inviting Dr. Kamel to give us a brief about the food security in the Arab region.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahmoud, for this introduction. If we're talking about food security is not, you cannot go to the food security alone. It is really connected with some other factors. And as you mentioned, Dr. Mahmoud, the factors are water and energy. So this is what we call the WEF energy. And when we started to link these together in what we called nexus, these three are very well linked, and they are consuming lots of natural resources, I would say. So whatever we feel that it is rare, it is we have to optimize of these resources, we link this together. So if we have, thank you so much. Highlighting the food, the critical water scarcity and food security challenges in the Arab region, because actually the Arab region is suffering from water scarcity, and in addition to that, the food security is not there. We are covering like 50%, I would say, if in its best situation, 50% of the needs in the area is being covered, while the other are in deficit. However, the gap now reached almost 50 billion US dollar a year. So we are importing this as the Arab countries. The importance of science policy, actually, to overcome this problem, we have to go to the science and policy, and we link them together in nexus, because they are really interconnected. Integrating science research with policy making for sustainable solutions. So whatever going to be like in policy making table, on the policy making table, on the policy maker table, it should be coming from the research. It's not coming just like by emotions or by just words. The objective is outlining strategies to enhance resilience through science policy integration. The current challenge in water and food security, the impact of water scarcity on agriculture and food production. The water scarcity it is the governing factor, actually. The water is the governing factor in agriculture. In this part of the world, we consume something like 80% of the water, of the renewable water resources in this area is being used in agriculture. Almost 80%. Some countries are 60, 50, and some other countries are even more than 80%. Strategic policy adjustment needed for better resources management. This is the adjustment that it should come from research, actually. Importance of science and technology, role of scientific research in improving water use efficiency and food production, showcasing technological innovations like precision agriculture. Global examples of technology impact on sustainability. This is all over the world. We have in United Arab Emirates, we have this the vertical cultivation, and we have the use of desalinated water in agriculture. We have in Saudi Arabia many other initiatives like this, like the use of renewable energy, and all of these. These are showcasing in this part of the world in technology impact on sustainability. Science policy integration. The effective integration of science into policy making should be there, because the integration between them will enhance by the end of the day the use of the natural resources. The barriers in integration, how to overcome them. There are barriers, of course, and the scientific research, again, in addition to the campaigns, the public campaigns, to let the people know about the obstacles that we have and how to overcome them. Proposed mechanism to enhance science policy collaboration. This is the start is always coming from universities and research centers. And from universities and research centers, we have the ideas proven through research, through applied research, and from the applied research, it's being to policy making and policy briefs to the decision makers, and then the strategies and the policies will be enhanced through laws and that's governing the what's going on in each country. Case studies of successful integration. As I mentioned before, there are many studies in the Arab region, many success stories in the Arab region. In the Gulf area, there are many in Egypt. Also, lots of policies came directly from after being proved from science in research centers. Policy recommendations, strategic policy recommendation based on scientific research, framework for ongoing science policy dialogue, role of policy in supporting innovations. Yeah, nowadays the innovations, and you can find many countries that concentrate in innovations and even sell it as ideas. And we can find lots of countries all over the world that are depending on that. And we have examples, yes, outside of the Arab area, but still can be used in the Arab region. Fostering regional cooperation, yes, no country will do everything. So under the umbrella of League of Arab States, we can have lots of breakthroughs through collaboration between countries. So one country has got human resources, and the other country will have the financial resources, while the other will have the enough fields to be applied in. Future directions, the emerging scientific and policy trends. We all now having the new technology era, and this new technology era will showcase the research for regional benefits, how to benefit out of this. In vision for sustainable Arab region, again, the use of recent technologies, the use of AI, applying the AI in the water resources and agriculture, applying new technologies in agriculture like precision agriculture, smart agriculture, and all over. If we go, we can just name like hundreds of these initiatives. Conclusion, recap of key points. The call for action for stakeholders. All the stakeholders like universities, research centers, and decision makers are stakeholders for such a process, and we encourage really these three stakeholders and any other like the public and all of this to come into or to jump in the ship and put the opinion and start to have this nexus to get working. The urgency of implementing science policy approach, yes. The world is moving too fast, and if we give an example with the AI as an example, what we can expect in 2030 will happen tomorrow actually. So we have to move fast, and we cannot just stand and be left behind without doing anything, and then we will be out of the market. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kamel, for your interesting presentation. You just show us the experience of Arab countries in the food security and the role of international cooperation in tackling this issue. And now we will move to Dr. Tariq Sadiq to show us another experience related to the region, especially for the ICESCO project of climate change, food system, and energy in the Arab region. Dr. Tariq, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Mahmoud, for the introduction. I will start with what Kamel ended up with on the science policy interface. I guess why we are here because of climate change. So what we have done for the last 10 years as ICESCO, League of Arab States, organization, UN organizations and agencies, we have been working on the regional initiative RECAR, which is mainly looking at assessment of climate change impacts on water resources. And as you can see here, the top line, which is the Arab domain, we are doing regional climate projections to know what changes in temperature by mid-century and end of century. So you can see the reference period at the left, and the top line of figures is actually the moderate scenario, RCP 4.5, while the bottom line is the maximum scenario, business as usual. You can see in the bottom right corner that we expect to have an increase in temperature with the business as usual scenario of 4 to 5 degrees. So what does this mean in terms of policy for food systems, agriculture, food security, and energy as well? So what we have done, I am showing just few graphs. We have heaps of graphs already produced for projections, and now we need to look at extremes, because extremes are hitting our region. So we can see temperatures higher than 40 degrees, and you can see the number of days projected by end of the century for the RCP 8.5 degrees could reach 60 days per year, greater than 40 degrees. So these explain why we notice shifts in the seasons and longer summer months, which continue in most of the Arab region until October and November. But we are talking about water as well. So what's the impact? What kind of policy implications on water? So we'll need to look at precipitation for different scenarios. You can see here for the RCP 8.5, Atlas Mountains and the upper areas of Euphrates and Tigris, دجلة والفرات في العراق, that are may face reduction in rainfall by 8 to 10 millimeter per month. So we need to work on that. We need to link with hydrological models to know the impact on river flows and surface runoff. And more importantly, we need to do a vulnerability assessment. Vulnerability assessment using IPCC AR5 methodology. You can see here that for water availability for crops, for agriculture, the south of the region with the red colors are more vulnerable than the north areas of the region. So what we can see, when we measure the total vulnerability, we expect to have up to 84% of agricultural land to be highly vulnerable on water availability under climate change for the maximum scenario. So this is the maximum impact we expect on 84% of agriculture areas could be impacted. So what about food systems? We need to see, we need to know first that agriculture generates about 19 to 29% of global greenhouse gases. In the Arab region, fast population growth calls for higher agriculture production. We have many challenges in the Arab region. We have about 170 million people are food insecure, while 55 million are undernourished. And of course, 38% of people cannot afford a healthy diet. So we need transformation toward healthier, resilient, and more suitable food system. So this is the assessment tool ICESCO developed to assess the challenges with the food systems based on indicators, environmental and accessibility indicators, and how we can see here that there are some figures. I cannot see it, but I will. We can see here for agricultural water, like what Kamel mentioned, we are using 200% of the renewable water available. So we are reusing water in agriculture. So this will make stress on the already water scarce countries. Also, the yield gap is about 60%. We have more potential of the potential. Like we only produce 60% of what we can already have as potential production. And you can see the comparison between different years. So you can use a base year and then you can build different food system policies based on these numbers and how they are increasing or decreasing. So you can see the colors, the red colors here, and land cover index also. It's working fine. There is increase, but still not substantial. And also import dependency for food is about 60%. So produce only 40% of our food. If we look at Nexus, so we looked at water projections, and we need to have models, hydrological models. We need to have water management models to fit supply to demands by different planning scenarios for different countries on water. While we look at food systems, we need to improve our production, go more for self-sufficiency of strategic crops. And also the more important point that was mentioned is the nexus between water, food, and energy. So if we look here at energy, we had a recent project is renewable energy for small communities at low cost. As you can see, we worked in a project with localities and some farmers, owner of big, small farm, medium farms in Jordan, Lebanon, and Tunisia. You can see the three projects to construct panels for solar energy that can pump water from groundwater, and then we can grow crops at different at these small scale locations. So by here we are doing the next, we are implementing actually the Nexus approach, and these kilo power that watt power that was were made available for the three different projects that improves the livelihood of rural community. And this is very important to implement the Nexus on the ground and to link water, food, and energy actually for the benefit of farmers, and to grow more cash crops, and to improve the welfare and livelihood for different areas. And here you can see different indicators and community meetings. We can see here that were held and different webinars, and this project has produced several publications you can find on the ICESCO site for different small projects, what kind of infrastructure were made and how community were engaged in consultation before the project to look at impacts, socioeconomic impacts, positive and negative, if we have any, also environmental impacts. So they are translated to Arabic, so you can read all projects in in English, Arabic, and also we have French. And then lately we have in Tunisia last month a multi-stakeholder forum to upscale investment on small-scale renewable energy. We are working also on climate finance. We need to build projects, bankable and investable projects based on needs, country needs. Are they adaptation, mitigation, or co-benefits of both? So this is why we are doing with the League of Arab States the the climate finance strategy to access finance and to facilitate mobilization. And we work on capacity building on different sectors to how to access the climate funds like GCF, GEF, Adaptation Fund, and how to prepare proposals for this. It's very long process, but we are working on that, on the capacity building, on how to build such kind of projects and access fund from climate fund available for the Arab countries. So the way forward, we need to identify key entry point for joint food systems, climate action, to invest more in rain-fed agriculture, tackling food waste, linking climate models to crop management models. This is a science policy interface. We are working with ICARDA on doing these linkages to look at crop productivity, what kind of impacts of climate change on crop productivity for C3, C4 crops, and for different cropping patterns. We need to design our optimum cropping pattern to match, to do the water land management, and to know exactly what crops we can grow given the different scenarios of climate change. We need to move from food security to a food system perspective. We need higher coherence among policies and plans, notably food system transformation. We have in the reporting, our reporting nationally determined contribution, national adaptation plans. We need to inform international community what kind of projects and priorities we have. And also multi-level cooperation is necessary, including national stakeholder, different countries. And finally, enhance the use of data, particularly of climate projections in policy making. And this is the story of the science policy interface. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tara. It's really interesting. This is another perspective to discuss the same picture, or this another perspective for the same picture. Now we will move to Dr. Hisham. Dr. Hisham will talk about the observations. Yes, the Earth observations, which is a very important subject related to food system, and then linkage between science and policy interface. So, Dr. Hisham, the floor.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Fathallah, for the introduction. And I'm quite happy to be here with all of you, and happy to host this event here at the ICESCO Pavilion. And also, it's I think my presentation is going to be a good segue, a good complementation to what we heard right now from the previous two great panelists who shared their thoughts and ideas. My presentation hopefully is going to be appearing soon. Not this one. So I'm going to be talking about, taking from Dr. Tariq, talking about different kind of climate projections. When he mentioned the RCP, the representative concentration pathways, and he was very on point, sharing the 4.5 and the 8.5 degree scenarios, which shows us what might be happening by the end of the century, business as usual, or one of the other conservative RCPs. There are other two RCPs that we did not touch on, but there are four representative concentration pathways, which represent the amount of the heat capacity stored in our climate system based on how much part per million of CO2 present in our system, and how much temperature is going to be perceived by the end of the century based on that number. So I start my presentation by showing you the most recent reports coming from the Davis Forum, the primary global risk reports, which usually highlight the most important pressing issues facing humanities in the coming few years. And if you can see from the slide, you are going to see two axes on this graph. The horizontal axis is showing you the likelihood, and the vertical one is showing you the impact. And you can see that on the top right quadrant, you see that on the top right quadrant, we are showing things which are of the highest likelihood of occurring, and they are going to show us the highest impact of what is going to be observed. And the different colors represent different sectors, be it geopolitical, be it societal, be it environmental, be it technical, cybersecurity, and whatnot. And on the top right, you can see that the majority of the diamonds here are green in color, which are of environmental nature. But you are going to also see another red diamond, which is I believe, representing societal stress or water crisis. So water crisis is appearing as a red diamond, and it is a societal stress. So even water is taken to be as a metric for societal implications or societal pressures that we might be having. But you can see other green diamonds which are all in the environmental sector in terms of loss of biodiversity, failure of climate systems, loss of adaptation, biodiversity, and all of these issues which are happening as we speak. And you can see here a continuation from the previous climate reports or the global risk reports in the most recent in 2024. And as I mentioned, you can see the different colors in the coming couple of years and in the coming 10 years. And in the 10 years diagram, you can see all of them are a lot of green colors, which are all environmental. So it's telling us that the majority of the crises that we are going to be facing as humanity in the coming few decades or in the coming decade will be mainly of environmental nature, including loss of food chains, biodiversity issues, water-related problems, and all of that is driven by global climate change. And the Arab world and the Islamic region is not in isolation from what's happening at a global level. Actually, if you see, this is one of the projections that we are observing right now, and you can see the variability in the temperature across time. By the year 2030, you can see what's happening, and you can see now moving forward until the end of the century. And the redder the color is getting over all the whole domain, is showing you the anomalous behavior or the change in the temperature anomaly. And you can see the polar areas, but you can also see the tropical regions where the majority of humans are present. And you can see how much stress will be on those kind of systems and the associated subsystems, because when we talk about our planet Earth, it is a system of systems, or it's a system of subsystems. So when we talk about the when we talk about water, I cannot talk about water in isolation from the hydrosphere or the hydrological cycle, and how it is related to the atmosphere and the biosphere and so on and so forth. So the whole different subsystems are so much interconnected to one another, and I cannot ignore any of these processes or drivers from one subsystem to another. That's why the integration is very, very important. And without knowing how these processes are shaping one another, we will not be able to have the right management. And I can say, the majority of you might not be aware of new water-related phenomena, something which is called the whiplash. I'm not sure if any of you heard of this term, which is a very recent terminology in terms of moving from extreme droughts or extreme dry environment to extreme flooding events. So you are going to be dealing with events where you have massive amount of droughts followed by massive amount of rain and flooding. And such an event or such a transition from one to another poses massive problems for water regulators and for water management practices or policies. How you are going to deal with like such a changing behavior from extreme drought to extreme floods. And we have a paper right now in Earth Future, one of the top leading journals in the domain, about the whiplash events in California, in Southern California, and it's about to be published soon. And same thing happens across the Arab region. You can see from this map, it's a satellite image from GRACE satellite, which is a gravity potential satellite taken in 2016, showing you the worst drought ever in the past 900 years, hitting North Africa and Southern Europe. And you can see the massive brown anomalies or spots across Southern Europe and North Africa. It represents how much depletion of water, underground water resources, and the lack of the underground water in these regions. So when we talk about practices, when we talk about agriculture, when we talk about food chains and food security, we cannot talk about any of that in isolation from water resources and the stresses on water resources. I like what Dr. Tarek mentioned about the number of the extreme hot days, how many are going to be, and those kind of projections, like above 40 degrees and so on and so forth. So these are very important indicators that we can use to study our driving forces and to see how this can affect our crop patterns. And we are also working on a technology which is called crop switching, and putting different kind of scenarios where we decide which kind of crops based on the water resources availability, and we are doing that. We put different kind of scenarios based on excess water or more income for the farmers or more calorie count. So even if you want to talk about food security or addressing the hunger component of the SDGs, you can do that. So we have different scenarios in our models showing that. And here would be like the power of Earth observations and the power of satellites and the power of the integration between Earth observations and data science, where it can give you a view at a global scale, at a regional level, as well as at a local level. And you saw, like, this animation here coming from TRIM. Satellite stands for Tropical Rainfall Measuring Mission, which operates in the microwave region of the spectrum. And you can see the variability of the precipitation anomaly over across Africa, and now focusing more on the water, on the basin, on the Nile River basin, and you can see the annual anomalous climatology. So you can see, this is across decades of data, or years of data, showing you the climatology of each month for a precipitation anomaly as one of the components in the hydrological cycle. So we have to put all of the components into one equation to understand the water budget. Another variable here is the evapotranspiration, showing you the regional variability of evapotranspiration from Alexi, one of the products. And right now we have a lot of advancement in Earth observations. We are working with EcoStress, one of the most recent missions on the satellite space, on the International Space Station, and we are also working with EMET, one of the landmarks of the hyperspectral-based satellite-based satellites. Now another product which is called Soil Moisture LDAS, showing you the variability across the river basin. Recently there is a mission which is called SMAP, which is also launched by JPL, and we are working on that. And in the coming year there will be another mission which is called PACE, and this mission is going to be addressing the biophysical component of the whole system, showing you another variable here, which is the NDVI, showing you the variability of the NDVI across the region. And every time I'm showing you the annual climatology, so basically the monthly variability that you observe across different times or different domains, so temporal, spectral, and spatial representation. And the last variable here that you see in front of you is the terrestrial water storage. It's a proxy for the underground water, showing you the recharge and the discharge, showing you areas which are renewable or not. Renewable or areas which doesn't have any more water source. So the integration of such systems together would help us to understand all the different components in the hydrological cycle. And this is the power of Earth observations, and integrated with data science, integrated with AI models and deep learning models, you can have a vision like this. You can be able to measure and assess every single step in the phenology of the crop during its growing season. You can end up with what we call the prescription maps, like the maps which will be the bread and butter for precision agriculture, and showing you the amount of nutrients needed, the amount of sulfates, phosphorus, the amount of salinity, the amount of soil moisture, evapotranspiration, evaporation, the precipitation. All of these are different kinds of indicators or variables which are very important in the life cycle of the crop itself. So the phenology can be monitored very, very closely, and that will maximize your water usage, that will maximize your productivity, and that will address the gaps that we have in the food water nexus. And of course I cannot forget about energy in all of that, because from the get-go, when we talk about the RCPs, that's basically you are commenting on the amount of CO2 present in your atmosphere. And as of today, what we can see that the CO2 present in our atmosphere is above 430 parts per million, which is already beyond the limit that can make us reach more than 1.5 degrees by the end of the century. So that's why the 1.5 degree scenario is far-fetched. So that's a conclusion of my presentation, where I'm trying to preach for the integration or the interplay between data science and Earth observations, and how it can really address big issues at a global level, at a regional level, and at a local scale as well. And thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It's really linked the Earth observation and the output of satellite and observation to the agriculture and water resources, and finally how that be linked with science policy interface. So now I would like to open the discussion. So if anyone have questions and comment, yes, but please present yourself and your comment.
My name is Isra Abdulrahman from Damietta Government, Egypt, one of the winning project in Smart Green project in Egypt. My project working in water treatment of aquaculture and produce natural food from non-used organic matter in the fish pond. My farm produce aim to produce 100 ton of shrimp vanami. Now we produce 30 ton of shrimp vanami. We started harvest it from the last month, and my project using Bacillus subtilis bacteria is a beneficial bacteria that can transform the toxic form of nitrogen and ammonia to reduce it in protein that fish can consume that. My project reduce water exchange rate, recycling water, produce natural food in the pond. I aim to using renewable energies that Dr. Tar speak about it, to reduce electricity using that we need it in pumping water, in treatment water, in lighting system, irrigation system. We hope to use renewable energy to save environment and reduce cost of electricity. We already reduce cost of feed by my project and reduce renewable water and pumping water in my project, but also we need to reduce electricity to increase our production and have more cost, reduce cost and have more productivity. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think this is a very good example for the integration between how to use agriculture and energy to have good integration to provide more productivity and to facilitate your work. Congratulations for your experience. Any other comment? Okay. So finally, any other comment from the panelists? Okay, Dr. Kamel.
شكرا جزيلا سعد سفير. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. My comment actually about what we use here, the Nexus. Nexus, we used to use the water, energy, food security. As I said before, here, what we have here now is really a good example of an Nexus project. It has the water and reusing this water and the energy, also the renewable energy, and then we end with food security with this tons of shrimp that will jump into the food security equation by the end of the day. What I want to say is Nexus actually, we concentrated on water, energy, food, but actually Nexus can be used for everything for it's not we picked only 3 this time because these 3 are the max or the most important parameters or the most important sectors that's using natural resources. But actually, what if we have in any other place a land in scarcity in land that can be used in agriculture? Then it can be water, energy, food, and security, and land also. So let's open this horizon of adding more sectors to the nexus. We do not want to just to limit it to the water, energy, and food security, but we have seen today that science and innovation can also jump into this equation. In addition, as I said, land can also be there. In addition, human resource is a cross-cutting all over all of them. Capacity building is cross-cutting all of them. So only my comment is to open the horizon for the nexus, not only to be with nexus, but it can be we can add many other sectors to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kamel. So WIF Nexus is just a start point. We can expand the horizon to include any other sector. Thank you, Dr. Tariq.
Yeah, I think this is very important comment and project, and this is why I meant to show Regent project, because this is how to implement the Nexus on the ground. Even it's a small scale still, but you can get some lessons and some experience, what kind of challenges, opportunities before you scale it up. Okay, and this is what we did and work with local community, with the farmers, and produced indicators that can be measured. How much change in production? You said you want to save in electricity consumption, so let's go for the solar energy panels. Okay, let's support farmers financially, give them incentives to change the way of thinking, how to really use modern technology and non-conventional resources in even water or energy to build this nexus on ground, and to see how this is improving their livelihood, how much cash crops they can produce, and the productivity of the crops, horizontal and vertical as well. So there are many indicators you showed, and I propose that you look at the reports of Regent, REGEND, Regent project. Yeah, I will give you details, my email as well. Thank you.
Now, Dr.
Just a quick comment on what Dr. Tariq said here. I totally agree with you about the renewables and the use of solar. And actually, a few years ago, we had a project funded by the EU where we developed the first dynamical solar atlas of Egypt, which is now currently considered to be the official document of the government, using it in a lot of projects for planning different solar-related projects, including Bimban. And currently we have another current EU-funded project which is running in Egypt right now in Bimban, where we are installing low-cost sensors on the ground through different kind of communication methodologies, like being LTE, LTE or G5 or G4 or LoRa technology. So we have different kind of technologies where we are installing ground sensors to correlate it with different kind of satellite observations for the accuracy of our models. So the upscaling of these technologies for the sake of farmers is quite important. I would like also, since I saw Her Excellency walking into the pavilion, I'd like to acknowledge her, Dr. Nuria Sands. She's the director and the representative of the UNESCO regional office in Cairo, where she does a lot of amazing work that I'm fully aware of, and it's quite a privilege to have you here. Thanks for being here. And if you would like to say a comment or to say something about what UNESCO is doing and this very topic of the Nexus.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. I'm going to be with all of you in different kind of sessions today and tomorrow. And well, in fact, Nexus is very important, as well as with environment. But we are trying to go a little bit beyond that, because as UNESCO, we have read and even written a lot about natural-based solution. But UNESCO is the house of the cultural-based solution. And you have put just the finger in the main issue. That means not just to inform the farmers, it's just to be informed by the farmers. So this is the all the way around. It's the vice versa that is lacking in all of our kind of achievements. That are many, a lot of them. But when you look at the data and you see all over the world, what is a kind of economy, and not just economy, the social cohesion because of the small farmers' economy. But we did not look at that sufficiently. We have no data for that. We have data for water, we have data for mitigation, but we have no data about how this kind of social cohesion, because of the small farming, is creating all over the world. And the capacity of create diversity is not just the diversity of the basket, as I just heard in different kind of pavilions today, is the genetic diversity. And genetic diversity does not generate automatically. It needs culture, and it needs a social cohesion. So that is our plea, and I will announce the launching of next year hackathon, in which cultural-based solution are one of the main pillars for the youth generations to support UNESCO and all of you in our very common endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yesterday, actually, we had a session between the ICESCO and the Ministry of Agriculture with Azerbaijan, and with the FAO representative as well. Manuel Baranj was here, and we were speaking about that, like, you know, the integration, the relation of complementarity between the cultural heritage and like, you know, what we learned from the past. Like, you know, like crop rotation was something that was mentioned a while back. Now we are just, like, you know, making it sound more fancy and more sexy by saying crop switching, which is basically the same exact thing. But so we are learning from our past, and this is the whole idea of even AI and machine learning. We cannot project into the future without looking into, like, you know, this different kind of old data. So it's a relation of complementarity, in my opinion, between our cultural heritage and about what we are doing right now. Thanks for being here. Sorry, Ambassador.
No. Oh, thank you. Thanks so much. I would like to compliment that you mentioned that culture is very important in this subject, not only for the nexus, but the whole nexus from not food, water and agriculture, but all sectors. So I think by that I would like to thank all panelists and participants for their engagement and excellent presentation. It's an interesting subject, and I think we will have many other discussion in this regard for future. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to move on to the next sessions. Please be seated. Welcome to ICESCO Pavilion. My name is Dr. Fahman Faturrahman. I'm from ICESCO Science and Environment sector. I'm very happy and honored to greet you today and welcome you to ICESCO Pavilion for our next sessions on integrating permaculture and predictive modeling for climate resilience agriculture. Today's session, we are very happy again to work with our partners, ComSats, Living Indus, FACE, ICARDA, and IOFS. We will have a very interesting discussions with great lineup of speakers. And I will just pass on to the moderator today. It is a pleasure to welcome Mr. Faraz Ahmed Tur, Information Management Specialist of Living Indo Initiative, to moderate the sessions. Please, sir, floor is yours.
Thanks, everyone. Distinguished guests, it's an honor to be moderating this session for integrating permaculture and predictive modeling for climate resilient agriculture. With the upcoming changes in the technology, we do see that our traditional mechanisms for agriculture are becoming outdated, and we need to actually use and adapt to the new ways with the climate change in perspective. So from that perspective, having specifically permaculture as something which humans have used for quite some time and combining that permaculture with the technology is something that probably we can move forward to. And this is something that we all need to focus for this particular session. So without further ado, I'll call for the opening remarks to Ms. Aska Abdurrahman, Executive Sustainability and Innovation, FFC, Pakistan. Please, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. And we have a very interesting session on permaculture and predictive modeling. Those two are very interesting subjects, we believe. And, since we are all talking about climate change and adaptation and resilience in our systems, especially right now, we're talking about the agricultural systems. So I believe that integrating two systems, one permaculture that is not only productive and also it's climate resilient, and also integrating it with the data-driven predictive modeling. So it gives us an opportunity to, harness a system which is not only resilient but also very productive, and and further details I'll put it to the moderators and the panelists, which have more information than me, of course. So let's start it with.
Thanks a lot, Aska. I'll further we have a keynote speech by Ambassador Nafis Zakaria from ComSats, and we'll have the recorded message played on the screen.
Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. On behalf of Commission on Science and Technology for Sustainable Development in the South, I am honored to welcome this august gathering to discuss a topic of deep significance to the vulnerable regions such as Indus Basin and our environment at large. Permaculture is a transformative approach to agriculture with potential to reshape our farming practices by working with nature and not against nature. Permaculture is not merely a set of techniques, it is a guiding philosophy. In contrast to conventional practices, which often rely heavily on chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and monoculture cropping, permaculture promotes biodiversity, soil health, and resource efficiency. This system supports a variety of plants, animals, and microorganisms which work together to create a balanced ecosystem, reducing the need for chemical inputs and enhancing natural resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, in this context, it is heartening to see the project of Living Indus, an UN initiative in Pakistan, spearheaded by Pakistan's Ministry of Climate Change with the involvement of local communities. The project was born out of the urgent need to address the deteriorating environmental and socio-economic conditions of the Indus River Basin, which supports millions of people and is crucial to Pakistan's agriculture and water systems. Pakistan is the founding member of COMSETS. COMSETS is the brainchild of world-renowned Pakistani scientist and physicist and Nobel laureate Professor Abdul Salam. COMSETS Center of Excellence in Biotechnology and innovations by our centers in Colombia, China, Turkey, Brazil, Tanzania, Bangladesh and Ghana could be helpful. In the context of permaculture, the initiative of River Indus is my reference point. By harnessing collective expertise from local and international partners, an approach Living Indus aimed with the view to restore the ecological balance of basin. The initiative integrates modern scientific research with traditional practices, creating a sustainable framework for the future of the Indus River and its communities. Ladies and gentlemen, the initiative emphasizes restoring soil health. Erosion and degradation cause loss of fertile, which actually cause loss of fertile land in Pakistan every year. Permaculture uses techniques towards healthy soil, which would enhance plant resilience and productivity. Biodiversity is at the heart of permaculture. For the Indus Basin, which is home to over 900 plant species and 143 species of fish, fostering biodiversity means not only safeguarding native species but also establishing ecosystems that can withstand environmental stressors. Ladies and gentlemen, water scarcity is a pressing concern in the Indus Basin, where annual renewable water resources have dropped from 5,260 cubic meters per person in 1951 to just around 1,000 cubic meters today, as the studies have been carried out by international organizations. Contrary to water-intensive methods, permaculture offers water-efficient systems such as rainwater harvesting, drip irrigation, and swales to capture and retain water in the soil. Community engagement is essential. The Living Indus initiative provides training and education, equipping stakeholders with the knowledge needed to implement and sustain permaculture practices effectively. There are some good global best practices, This permaculture is a transformative in nature, as I have mentioned earlier also. Projects like the Greening the Desert in Jordan have transformed barren landscape into green, productive oases using water-saving techniques and biodiversity. Ladies and gentlemen, permaculture marks a critical shift towards sustainable, resilient, and resourceful, efficient agriculture. Together, we can lead this movement, setting an example for regions facing similar challenges around the globe. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Ambassador Nafis Zakaria, and he has very rightly identified various different entities that are part of permaculture, specifically having soil health, biodiversity, and having the complete holistic picture for permaculture is something that we need to look forward to. Plus, Living Indus initiative as an umbrella initiative is a best example on how actually to give a fulfilling menu of various different interventions and how to actually save our Indus Basin, which actually directly impacts our agriculture. For this particular introduction, I would like to call upon stage Ms. Humaira Jahazeb, who is team lead for Living Indus and National Adaptation Plan, and she will actually delve into further details for Living Indus and give you a detailed presentation and a video for Living Indus. Humaira, please come on stage. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, hello ladies and gentlemen. My name is Humaira Jahan Zeib and I'm the team lead for the Living Indus program and the National Adaptation Plan for Pakistan. It's an honor to be here and on behalf of the Ministry of Climate Change and the United Nations system in Pakistan, I take the opportunity to thank all the key partners who've organized this. Great big thanks to Nafeez Zakria Saab from ComSats, who's talked about all the pertinent points related to permaculture, within the wider Indus framework. And today's presentation that I'm going to do is about securing the Indus. The river Indus, is one of the most vital natural resources that Pakistan has. And the Living Indus Initiative and the National Adaptation Plan are two key frameworks that the Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination, the government of Pakistan, have to address the triple planetary crisis of biodiversity, climate change, and pollution. So we are all aware, at least most of us should be aware, that Pakistan ranks amongst the top 10 most impacted countries by climate change. And what that really means is that we are facing sporadic rainfalls, we're having, floods, we're facing droughts, we're having a very unpredictable rainfall patterns. And we know that, Pakistan is dependent on two key hydrological systems. One is the monsoon and the other are the glacial melts. Both of these hydrological systems used to be predictable in the past, but over the years, this predictability has come down. So we cannot use the statistics of the past to determine what the future is going to hold. And we see that happening in the recent floods that we had of 2022. We saw all the devastation and the loss and damage. And what this really means for Pakistan, the issue of climate change is actually a water issue when we talk about Pakistan. And when we speak of water, we talk about the Indus Basin. Now we are aware that 90% of Pakistan's people and more than 3/4 of its economy resides within the Indus Basin. 80% of Pakistan's arable lands are watered by the river Indus. And 9 out of our 10 largest cities are found within 50 kilometers or less of the waters of the Indus. So the Indus is really the backbone of our civilization. We are because of the Indus. Pakistan is today what it is because of the Indus. And so this is just a depiction of how the Indus River bed is so dry in the year 2022 in May. And after 1 month in August, we had the devastating floods in which we had a lot of damage in Sindh and Balochistan province. So really for us, a question to think about is that this resource that we have has supported us for the last 5,000 years. But given its current state of degradation, is it really in a position to support us even for the next 100 years? That's the question for us to think about. This is the kind of vision that we're looking at. We're looking at an Indus Basin which can sustain a thriving civilization from its source to the delta. And that means from the north of Pakistan until the south, where it falls into the Arabian Sea. Now, these are the kind of interventions that we're looking at within this strategy. The Living Indus, it's a long-term, inspirational, ambitious strategy or program. We're looking at around 10 to 15 years. This is the set of interventions that we're looking at, but it is not limited to this. But if you look at these, you would see a lot on the subject that we're talking about today. You'd see the integration here as well. And the ones that are highlighted in green are the ones that the Ministry of Climate Change has prioritized which doesn't mean that the others are not important, but just so that the team can start work on some of the interventions. The first 8 ones have been chosen by the Ministry of Climate Change, and the Living Indus team, together with the United Nations system, other agencies, and some non-UN agencies, have started working on detailed implementation plans of these 8 interventions. These 25 interventions fall across 11 key sectors, and you would have governance there, we'd have biodiversity, pollution, agriculture, irrigation, finance, etc. The Living Indus is aligned with SDG 13, but if we are actually able to implement the Living Indus program the way it has been envisioned, we would definitely have a much greater impact, which would fall across all the key SDGs. That would mean socioeconomic and environmental progress for Pakistan. So the program started out in 2021. It was conceived in 2021. It has been approved by all the 4 cabinets. We have a 3-member core team, which is based within the Ministry of Climate Change. My colleagues Faraz and Faisal are also here. So it's been 1.5 years since its implementation, and this program aligns very well with the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework Outcome 3, which is on climate and environment. So keeping that in mind, we're using the One UN approach to implement this program as well, wherein we bring in all the key agencies within the UN system to support this very ambitious program. So these are the kind of strategic areas which we're looking at in terms of implementation. So we're looking at collaborations. Of course, communities are at the heart of the work that we do. Then we have a very, we have a funding strategy that we worked on. We're looking at developing various concept notes and project proposals for the program. And of course, research and academic alliances are also very important. So the Living Indus team, together with the Resident Coordinator Office of the United Nations in Pakistan, has worked on a funding synopsis or a strategy to bring in the $17 billion that we're looking to bring in for the Living Indus over the next 10 to 15 years. So this is basically a guiding document that shows us the various sources of funding, traditional, non-traditional ones, that we could, tap into to bring in the kind of resources that we're looking for within these programs. So this includes all the big funds, the GCF, GEF, adaptation, private sector. We're also considering philanthropy as one of the sources. Then we're working with different partners on project development. We're working on a GCF, which is in pipeline, where we have the UN Environment Program has so far supported us with a few key interventions, which I'm going to talk about later. Yes, so the UNEP is supporting us with some plastics work that we're doing in Pakistan. We all know that plastics is a major problem for Pakistan. So together with UNEP, we worked on a project by the government of Japan on promoting action against plastics. And then there's another one which looks at integrated solid waste management, within which we're looking to bring in SMEs, again focusing more on plastics. Then there's a GCF that I spoke about, which is basically for the Sindh province, which looks at flood protection, wetlands, etc. And then we're also going into the water governance and policy aspects of this. We're currently doing a climate finance mapping to see what the the climate finance landscape holds across the board. So we're looking at an assessment of the climate finance domain within Pakistan. Okay. We have the Living Indus Knowledge Platform that my colleague Faraz leads, and he can talk more about it as well. But I'd encourage you all to go to www.livingindus.com, which is going to give you a detail of all those 25 interventions. It's a very interactive website. It's a one-stop shop. It shows you all the interactive GIS maps that we're using for the Indus, and it also gives the opportunity to bring in work from the other organizations who are doing similar work. So please, I would encourage all of you to look at that. And then the Living Indus has also won the World Restoration Flagship Award, which was given to it at UNIA 6 this year. It is one out of the 7 countries that has won this award. And yes, it's a matter of pride for us, but at the same time, it's a big responsibility and a commitment that we all need to live up to. And of course, a 3-member team alone cannot do that. So we're looking to collaborate as much as possible. We're looking for partnerships. We're looking to work with different like-minded organizations to save the Indus Basin, which is the most important for Pakistan. So yes, this is what we're aiming to achieve towards the end of this program. And I'm happy to take questions if there are any. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Humaira. Thank you for the detailed presentation. And definitely on the Living Indus Knowledge Platform, I think that it is safe to say that it is rightly a one-stop shop. You can actually access various GIS maps, interventions, details about the interventions, and what exactly is happening with Living Indus. Just to give you a very short background on the World Restoration Flagship, I would request to have a small video being played for the Living Indus World Restoration Flagship so that we can actually have the background of that. Fehman, if the video can be played, please.
The Indus has been supporting the civilization for more than 5,000 years. It is the backbone of Pakistan. What we are is because of the Indus. So the question really is, are we in a position to support the Indus for the next 100 years?
Yes, we can grow glaciers, and we have the technique. It is purely indigenous technique.
The snow leopard is fully in danger in few years if we cannot control it. So our upcoming generation will not able to see snow leopard.
The flood not only washed out my homes and property, but it had, take off all my childhood memories.
Pakistan is one out of the 10 most impacted countries by climate change. And what that led to really was the culmination of what we're called the Living Indus program, which is an umbrella initiative. It is a call to action. The Indus flows from the north of Pakistan and then goes into the plains of Punjab via KP, and eventually it falls into the south of Pakistan, which is Sindh province, and then eventually into the Arabian Sea. The topography of Pakistan is very diverse. The mountains of Gilgit-Baltistan, the terrain that they offer is different from the terrain or the topography that you would see in Sindh. So the kind of solutions that we're providing through this Indus initiative also have to be contextualized to the particular area. And it entails within it a set of 25 interventions that are aimed towards the ecological restoration of the Indus Basin.
So this is what Living Indus gives you an idea about being the umbrella initiative. We actually keep Living Indus as an initiative which is very close to our hearts, definitely. But one specific thing that as an umbrella initiative, it entails all the areas, specifically out of which permaculture or promoting permaculture is one of those 25 interventions that has been proposed. So I think that Living Indus covers all the bases which are required to move forward for a good restoration project, which I believe is something that can be scaled up, can be reused at other places of the world. With that background, I would like to move on to our panel discussion, and I would like to invite our esteemed panelists on the stage so that we can continue or have an insight about the technical details of the permaculture. So first of all, I would like to invite Dr. Vinay Nangia, Research Program Director, ICARDA, on the stage. Welcome, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Mohsin Hafiz from International Water Management Institute, Director, on the stage. I would also like to invite Mr. Minhaj Khokar, Chairman, CEO, PK2100, on the stage. And I would like to invite our very own Mr. Faisal Syed, Projects Development Expert, Living Indus Initiative, on the stage as well. So thank you so much for all the panelists. And we'll straight jump into our question and answer session in terms of understanding permaculture, because I still understand that permaculture has got its roots into our tradition, but I think aligning that permaculture with the new technology is something that we need to look forward for. So Dr. Vinay, I would like to start from you first. How can permaculture principle be scaled to a larger agricultural landscape, especially in the regions like Indus Basin, to promote sustainability of the farming practices? If you would like to, please.
Thank you so much for that question. So, of course, permaculture or agroecological approach is nothing new. The genesis, organic agriculture, regenerative agriculture, conservation agriculture, has been something that our forefathers used to do. And as mechanization happened, green revolution happened, we started moving away from there for the sake of intensifying these systems. But now that we have intensified, we are realizing we overdid it. Yeah? There are consequences for having monocropping systems, for too much of fertilizer applications, and we are seeing the consequences now and regretting. So now that times have changed, technologies have changed, there is greater understanding. So what we are actually trying to do is trying to take a more twist to this way of doing agriculture, such that what we call is low environmental footprint, profitable agricultural systems for farmers. Yeah. So if you're just looking at agroecological approach, the kinds of production you get are not sustainable. Like, you can't tell everybody to start doing organic agriculture, start using manure and stuff. It's simply not possible. You won't have the kind of food security that is needed in present context. So how can you have low environmental footprint? So one of the things we are trying to do is bring back some of the indigenous crops, some of the indigenous plants that originated in the world that we have forgotten about. So these are they're usually called like forgotten crops or opportunity crops, underutilized crops, but these are the crops that have natural tendency to flourish in harsh conditions, require very little water, are meant for those landscapes. So how can you bring them back in such a way that they are good for soil health? So I'll give you an example. In the Middle East, North Africa part of the world, food security means how much wheat are you producing. Wheat production is synonymous with food security. But in doing wheat after wheat after wheat, you're mining all the natural resources, all the nutrients from the soil, you're degrading the soils. What we are trying to tell them is that you can introduce short duration leguminous crops. You can have beans, you can have sesame, you can have lentils, you can have chickpea. We are not saying replace wheat with something else. try to bring these intercrop, relay crop, rotation systems such that give some rest to the soil. Let it regenerate. Let's have some biological nitrogen fixation. And this way, farmer has a second crop without need for extra water, without need for extra land. But at the same time, you are bringing the approaches of permaculture, agroecological approaches by building the soil health. But at the same time, in a profitable way for the farmer. You're not just trying to look at the agroecological approaches. And that way, it's self-sustaining because farmer can see that it helps him in his top line and bottom line by having more production and productivity, and the input cost is reduced. Similarly, with conservation agriculture, you have the rotation system, you need a special kind of machine. Farmer was to retain the residue, that is a opportunity cost there. Otherwise, he could have fed it to the animal or sold it. There is a dollar amount associated with that residue also. How can you make a winning proposition? So we have run some simulation models for China, for Morocco, for various different countries, that the threshold is 30%. Anything above 30% really doesn't bring good return on residue retention. At 30%, it starts to taper off. So if you are retaining 30% of your residue cover, you are having a good balance between keeping 30, selling the rest 70, or feeding the rest 70, and that way it's a win-win proposition. You're not saying keep 100%, 70%. So you need to run these simulation models to understand where is that inflection point after which it doesn't make much sense. So using modern tools, we can revisit regenerative agriculture, permaculture, to see how you can give a modern twist to it, such that what we have greater understanding of technologies today can help us revisit the roots, but in a modern context as well. So with that, I'll stop talking. Maybe if we have another chance, I'll come back with other examples.
Sir, thank you so much for very rightly putting it so that it was an art that was done for our generations, by our forefathers, and something that we need to come back to. Specifically, one thing that we need to actually make awareness campaigns for is the concept of food forest. And that food forest, unless and until it is not brought back into the main agricultural stream, it might get difficult into that position. But we might need some technological aspect for that as well. And with that, I come to my next question, which is from Dr. Mohsen, as you are already heading a technical organization, that what role essentially a predictive modeling can play in anticipating the climate risks, and what informing about the adaptive agricultural techniques that can be done for the permaculture.
Thank you, Fraz, for inviting me, and thanks for. I will just build on that one. The Pakistan economy is a water economy. We are using it around 90% of water for agriculture, and when we are talking about the climate crisis in Pakistan, it's directly water crisis. Either we are facing the drought or we are facing the flood. Let's look at the example of a drought. What we are doing it as a part of as an organization, we are developing the drought warning system, which is helpful for the farmers, which is helpful for the government to have a better management system for prediction, as well as the warning system just guiding to the government what they need to do to overcome some of the climate risk and everything, what are the uncertainties associated with that one. At the same time, we are looking it around, because what's the impact when we are talking about Pakistan economy is water economy. In any given year, we are facing either flood or drought. A lot of work is being done at national level for flood, but hardly any information is available for a drought, especially the forecasting system. There is nothing information is available. So overcoming of the complex challenges of drought, which is directly impacting to the farmers, whether we are talking about in Thar Parker or whether we are talking about in Cholistan in Punjab. What could be done? How we could guide the farmer, whether this is the start of the heat wave, what's the start of that one, is it a really drought, and what are the mitigation measures what farmer need to do for a human being, as well as linking with the livestock and everything. So that's what we are developing it for the national system. But also at the same time, we know that one in Pakistan, the agriculture system, and when we are talking about agroecological zone, permaculture and everything, we are not growing the crops into the area where we should be growing. We are doing a wrongdoing and then growing the rice and sugarcane into the Rahim Khan district, which is to me sin. We have agro-ecological zone, but no one is implementing. But let's look into that one, what we could guide to the farmers on the technology and everything. We have a supply-driven system, whether the farmers want water or not, he's getting water after 7 days. And typically the farmers are using excessive amount of water. We have deployed around 700, 800 soil moisture sensors in 3 districts of Punjab, where we are guiding the farmers and working with the farmers to convince them that less amount of water is beneficial for them and they are seeing the impact on the ground. But also at the same time using the technology. Satellite remote sensing is one of the classical way, which we are looking at on that one on the soil health, looking at last 10, 15 years of data and then saying it, getting the forecasting of weather which is available, how we could use the AI to develop the irrigation forecasting tool and guiding to the farmers and a decision maker that when to irrigate and how much to irrigate so that the excessive amount of water is not available. Bringing that kind of the thing for that kind of sustainability, we are looking at also how we could introduce a nature-based solution, a small pond, which we used to have it in Pakistan. The forefathers had it, small pond, which is 1/8 of the canal, that one smaller one. And that's what when they don't need the water, they could store it, and that water could be augmenting to the groundwater. And important thing is whatever we are doing, a technological solution will never work unless we take the policy, unless we take that one, the legislation, as a part of together, as a part of the system day. That's an important part which we need to be working as an international organization and part of the Living Indus initiative, where we are a proud partner and seeing it how these technological advances, how we could help on the part of that one. Last point also relevant to that one, we talked about surface water, but what about the groundwater, which is also being used directly for the agriculture crop production. 60% of water is used, from 20% to 60%. In some areas, 100% groundwater use, but the groundwater also is polluted. That's a lot of issues also on that one, and how that's impacting on the human health. All these are kind of the thing you're talking about 25 intervention, which is really great. But that's there is a need of collective action to overcome on that one, and how we could revive the Indus Basin, how we could revitalize the Indus Basin for the beneficial for us and for our future generation. And in that context, IMI as a partner, we are happy to work it and support it, how we could work on developing technical solutions, but embedded with the communities and with the ownership of the government and make some differences on the ground. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Very rightly put forward. I think where there is a need of technology, and I understand that by Water Management, International Water Management Institute, there are interventions like groundwater management information systems, GMIS, that needs to be put forward to actually build that particular gap that is between our traditional mechanisms of agriculture and between the new technology. So with this, it brings me to my next question, which I would request Sir Minhaj Khokar to please answer, that how can we integrate our traditional knowledge with modern predictive tools and provide a more holistic approach so that we have essentially a climate resilient agriculture that we can look forward to?
Thank you. I have a picture of a book, Rivers of Power, written by American guy and well known. And he has predicted that by 2065, we should expect Indus to dry out. Okay? Now, if Indus dries out, that will impact maybe 70 to 90 million people of Pakistan. Okay? So the prediction is already there. Question is, what are we going to do about it? I mean, all this predictive modeling is there, but the biggest point is, what do we do with these predictions? I mean, what are the solutions that we can implement? By the way, I mean, I think Dr. Mohsen pointed it very rightly that Pakistan is a water economy. And if we can really manage our water, it can add, according to an estimate, $69 billion to Pakistan's economy. Okay, so it's not a small issue. Now, I live in California. I live on a 61-acre farm on top of a mountain, and I've seen what climate change does. I mean, my farm also acts like my lab, I do a lot of experimentation with intercropping and crop rotations, biodiversity of crops and all of that. But I also am working with solarized and regenerative agriculture, but solarized. I'm going to give you some solutions. I think we all know the problems. Let's talk about some solutions. Indus Basin waterworks that was done in the 60s, completed by 1970 in Pakistan. It was done with the help of Americans. It didn't cost that much, but it did help Pakistan for all these decades. We need another Indus waterworks to be done. That is the answer. In California, they used to have same problem, but they built the viaduct system. And the viaduct system made California the 8th largest agriculture producing country, if California was a country. Okay? Viaduct is basically a canal system. What we need is, number one, we should make a goal that our Arabian Ocean does not need our fresh water. Not a single drop of it should go to the ocean. Ocean does not need fresh water, okay? So how to do that? What we need to do basically, like what the viaduct system did, is an S-curve system all the way from the north to the south. And we should be building small dams which can be also utilized to produce electricity. Okay, so there is a few other benefits. Then on all that S-curve, it will slow down the movement of water. On that S-curve, going to all the way to the south, basically you could have cottage industries, and then you could have farm agriculture, and this is where the Pakistani economy, the water economy, could be managed. Now, what kind of agriculture? I think Dr. Vinay has already said very rightly, it is the biodiversity of agriculture. We cannot be just growing wheat and rice all the time. You have to do intercropping and you have to do crop rotations. I think our farmers are smart enough to know that. I'm on the forum of few Pakistani WhatsApp groups, and they talk about intercropping, what we should be doing right now. Farmers are, I think, smart. They know the answer. But they need to be given more technologies and more policy support and more financial support. I said it yesterday and I said it today, and I'm going to repeat it again. As long as the farmers remain poor, you will never have food security. This is a very important aspect of it. We have to understand how to, then one of the goals should be how to make farmers richer. And to do that is, again, moving towards a Goldilocks kind of system, not too hot, not too cold, but just balanced. We have to move towards organic, regenerative agriculture, but to make farmers richer, let's move to solarized, organic, regenerative agriculture, whereby you could have solar on top of the animal sheds. Our farmer, the biggest wealth is animals. Why not solarize the animal sheds, and the cow dung that is collected can be used as a gas. I am not in favor of having methane gas, for our cooking utensils, but how to turn it into hydrogen. I'm doing a project of $3.6 billion in Malaysia, whereby we're taking 266,000 cows and we are producing 10,000 tons of hydrogen, and the farmers are happy. We've built a collective, cooperative, farmers put together. They're producing 4 million liters of milk, and they're producing meat at the same time, but it's all solarized. So there are solar systems on top of the animal sheds, and then there is solars all around the fence of the fields, and there is solar in the crops also, in the field. And it cuts down the electricity, cuts down the heat, it produces electricity, it cuts down the heat, whereby the the crop yield is 19% more. So you're getting higher yield. And I mean, there are other methodologies where I'm getting 4 times more yield, but again, I will be hogging up the time of everybody, so I'm going to stop here.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your deep insights. I believe that climate change is here. We all know that. But for climate change, we need to adapt our systems, and that adaptation is part of the overall culture that we actually live into. And I think that culture gets connected with how our agricultural practices actually move on to. And I think you have very rightly pointed out that. So moving over, I think coming to the Living Indus Initiative, we know that Living Indus Initiative has various different interventions on permaculture. So Faisal, I would like to ask you that how can initiatives like Living Indus leverage permaculture to restore already degraded agricultural land? Like we already know that climate has done that disturbance. So how can we take steps in the right direction? So would request your practical insights into that.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm not going to be talking too much technical because we already have technical experts who know way better than me. Before I get to the answer, I would like to set up the context. Now, Dr. Mohsin mentioned that Pakistan is a water economy. Very true. But at the same time, it's an agricultural economy. It's an agrarian-based economy. 1/4 of our GDP growth, which is close to around 24-25%, is through agriculture. 40% of the labor force comes from agriculture. So when we talk about agriculture and water, it's not just the food security aspect that we are talking about. It's livelihoods as well. It's economy as well. You know, it's a cross-cutting theme that runs throughout, the society, the moral fiber of Pakistan, so to speak. And this is where initiatives like the Living Indus come in. Now, what Living Indus is, my colleague Humaira explained it, extensively what Living Indus is. Living Indus essentially is Government of Pakistan, Ministry of Climate Change's strategic vision to counter climate change in Pakistan. Now it looks at all different aspects of climate change to it, whether it's livelihoods, whether it's agriculture, whether it's economy and whatnot. All sectors are covered in it. And Humaira, articulated it in the, the presentation as well. Now, with Living Indus, the team, we are essentially providing support to the Ministry of Climate Change in implementing all the 25 initiatives that were displayed a little while back, one of them being permaculture as well. When we talk about permaculture, it does not fall, just to give you an example, it does not fall under the domain of, let's say, Ministry of Climate Change. And this is where the team comes in. We look at climate change in 3 different sectors. One being the Government of Pakistan, whether it's interministerial coordination, whether it's intergovernmental coordination. The second one is, the UN system and the support, the help that UN system is providing to Ministry of Climate Change, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Water, and so many other ministries. And the third one being the private sector. And Ambassador Zakaria Comsats is one of our key partners. Now, at each different level, Living Indus is providing different types of support. Dr. Mohsin mentioned policy support. That is something that Living Indus is providing, whether it's focused specifically on climate change, or whether it has to do on cross-ministerial aspects like agriculture or water and climate change. So this is where we provide support. And in the same tune, when we talk about permaculture, we are advocating with both Ministry of Climate Change and with the Ministry of National Food Security and Research and with the Ministry of Water Resources of implementing all these new technologies that the technical experts have already talked about. Similarly, when we talk about the UN system in Pakistan, whether it's the Food and Agriculture Organization, whether it's partners like IMI, whether it's partners like Comsats Institute, we mobilize technical expertise from all these partners as well. Apart from the technical expertise, we mobilize resources from the government, internally from the government as well, and from whether it's MDBs or whether it's bilateral donors, in order to focus and develop specific interventions which focus on new technologies like permaculture and all. Before I finish, the last aspect of it is the academia. I keep referring to ComSat's Institute because they are the hosts for today's event. And it's institutes like, I'm sorry, like ComSats and so many more in Pakistan, and the research and technical expertise that they are producing, and essentially the way forward that they are providing in there, whether it's the scholarly work that they are doing and connecting it with the government or with the farmers. This is where Living Indus comes in and is providing support across the board. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Faisal. I would have wished that we would have more time, but I'm also conscious of the fact that we have to finish this panel discussion within a limited time. I would request Dr. Vinay, your just 1 minute insight about the examples. Specifically, we hear within the subcontinent region, rice is one of the typical examples. Can these kind of crops be grown on permaculture? Just 1 minute, sir.
Well, science is evolving, and we should in fact find alternatives to rice rather than trying to fit technologies around rice. But definitely wheat, rice, maize are the staples, and how can you incorporate other healthy alternative means of providing you with calories rather than having unhealthy calories from wheat and maize, and then having meat also. Environmental footprint of our diets is very high. It can be brought down, I think, and it's something that we should look at, how to increase the income of the farmer, because a farmer makes only 6 cents on a dollar. So if farmer remains poor and we are paying high prices at the supermarket, there is something wrong there, right? So unless the farmer is empowered, these alternatives won't make it to the market. That's my final thought, yeah.
Thanks a lot, sir. Very rightly portrayed that it has to be the farmer that has to be rich in order to make sure that these things work. Dr. Mohsen, would request your insight on the groundwater GMIS intervention, specifically as the staple food have an impact on the groundwater. Sir, in a minute, if you can, please.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very important, that the groundwater which is invisible, how we could bring that one visible, not only from quantity but also quality perspective. There's the example which we have seen in the Indus Basin. The groundwater, which we think that it's a pretty sweet zone, but that has arsenic, that has a microbiological contamination, that has also nitrate. And how we'll bring as a part of that one for growing edible crops, let's say the potato or rice or maize, which are directly. I think we need to think about on that one, how we are managing the water as a system. And as a system is that one that when whatever the industry pollution is coming, all the wastewater which is coming, how we could think about some of the regulation is there, but legalize on the regulation and impose penalties, and thinking about the water system as a country, as the whole Indus Basin, that's an important. And IMI as the Institute for the GMS, which we have developed it, we have shared it with the government and will be sharing it with the wider stakeholders. So collectively, as a public pressure, we could force some of the government's institute and saying it, that's where the need is, effort of need to happen. And government should legalize impose certain penalties to the people who are massively destroying the groundwater and destroying the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Minhaj sir, very quickly, if you can please give us your 1 minute summary on what needs to be done specifically with respect to bioducts and the framework that you have mentioned on how to take that forward. Sir, in a minute, please.
Minute is not enough to discuss multi-billion and multi-billion people problems. But anyway, okay. For the Indus, as I mentioned, the S-curve system, okay, what is the cost of that? Let me come to that. It's about only $6 to $8 billion. And that can give the return of more than $69 billion. So also, I mean, I practice indoor farming. I'm able to do not 4 to 6 tillers of rice from single seed. I'm able to do 16 to 20 tillers, so I'm able to produce 12,000 kilograms of rice per acre. Now, for the outdoor agriculture, biodiversity, again, let's come, again, the staple rice. I'm using again 5 liters of water, not 55 liters of water for rice. And this goes also for any other crops of wheat, barley, and then for the animal fodder, we're able to do that. What I say is, let's make it an integrated system, solarize the whole thing. Solarize the whole thing, and byproduct will be hydrogen, electricity. Farmer will not stay poor. If the farmer is not poor, you'll have food security.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot, all the esteemed panelists for their insight. And I would like to thank Dr. Vinay, who was, I think, had to leave for another session. Would like to thank Dr. Mohsen. Would like to thank Sir Minhaj, and would like to thank our own Faisal Sayed. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for listening. Thank you.
Don't worry.
You can go. You can go.
Nothing appear here.
It's fine. I'll cut it down a little bit anyway.
طب فين الكليكر ده؟
Okay. أبيض move forward, backward.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's our pleasure to have you today in the ICESCO Pavilion for talking about the blue economy towards sustainable development in the Islamic world and the Arab countries. To be honest, this event is about to explore the blue economy challenges and provide examples of innovative solution underway via the Ocean Decade, and also explore conditions of success and pathways to the future of the countries. I am Suzanne El-Gharabawi, the Vice President of the National Institute of Oceanography and Fisheries, and also the Vice Chair of IOC Africa. It's my pleasure to be the moderator for today's session with you today. We had a very estimate and honor panelist today, Professor Alex Rogers and Professor Matt Frost, Professor Amr Hamouda, Professor Hisham Al-Askari, His Excellency Dr. Chen Shan, right? It's our pleasure to have you all today in our session that will mainly focus on the blue economy sectors and engine to develop economics in the world. At the beginning, we will have an opening speech from Dr. Chen Chan, the Deputy Director of ACA 21, which is the Administrative Center of China's Academy 21. Dr. Chen will talk to us about the China improvement and cooperation with the African countries, including the upper countries from the north of Africa and Egypt, and their work for the blue economy. Please welcome Dr. Chen.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. Very glad to give the opening remarks at this session to discuss blue economy towards sustainable development. The blue economy focuses on using ocean resources to support economic growth, create jobs, and improve lives. As climate change, overfishing, and pollution worsen, the blue economy offers a unique way to balance development with protecting the environment. A strong blue economy can help reduce poverty, improve food security, and strengthen climate resilience, making it key for both economic and environmental goals. By encouraging sustainable practice and new ideas, we can benefit from blue economy a lot, using the ocean's potential while keeping them healthy. Today's event picks up a very important topic, holds significant importance at COP29 for both the Islamic world and global climate action. For the Islamic world, it values the potential of the blue economy to drive sustainable growth by addressing challenges in resource management, economic resilience, and environment protection. The event showcased innovative solutions and best practice, encouraging regional collaboration to develop tailored strategies for a more sustainable future. Globally, it highlights the Islamic world and Arab countries as vital contributors to climate change mitigation and sustainable maritime practice. By focusing on research, skill development, and investment in the blue economy, the event aligns these regions with global efforts to preserve biodiversity, promote a circular economy, and build climate resilience. This approach strengthens both regional economies and their role in advancing global sustainable development goals. China values the blue economy and since 2017 has promoted the 21st century maritime Silk Road as part of the Belt and Road Initiative. Act 21 actively supports international cooperation in ocean fields and advance technology transfer and social cooperation. We create the Social Cooperation Center for Technology Transfer to match technology supply and demand to support the maritime Silk Road. As we always say, if we want to go fast, work alone. If we want to go far, work together. We are more than happy to work with our colleagues from Islamic world to promote the blue economy's sustainable development and tackle climate change. Thank you again for the invitation. Wish the STAT event a big success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sham, for your nice words. And we also like to work with China a lot, and we have a long history, deep cooperation between the Arab countries and the Islamic countries with China. Thank you so much, and thanks for accepting our invitation for our session today. Directly, we will go now for a little bit time for science, and we will start with Professor Alex David Rogers. He is the Deputy Director, Strategic Science Programs and Partnership at the National Oceanographic Centre of the UK, and also the Visiting Professor at the Department of Biology, University of Oxford, and a Senior Research Fellow of Summerfield College, University of Oxford. Professor Alex is a marine ecologist of more than 30 years of experience in how biodiversity is distributed in the ocean. So Professor Alex will talk to us about the sustainable blue economy and science. Please welcome him.
Can people hear me? No, I'm fine. Yeah, sorry, I'm a wandering speaker, so I prefer to stand. So I'm going to get straight into the talk. The term blue economy really grew out of the Rio Plus 20 United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development. And it originated in concepts of the green economy. And then following the 2008 financial crash, and more recently the COVID pandemic, countries been looking towards the ocean to grow their economy, to really help with their economic recovery. However, this has been happening against the background of increasing ocean degradation. So the blue economy has enormous potential. It's been estimated that it will grow to somewhere between $3 to $5 trillion from 2015 to 2030. The largest sector by far is fishing, which employs about 58 million people, including 21% of those being women. And then it's a critical source of food security and nutrition, particularly for low and middle income countries. But we have to remember that 80% of blue economic sectors depend on a healthy ocean. So what are the real principles of the blue economy? Well, it has to be sustainable. The blue economy has to be ecologically regenerative. It's got to be socially just. It's got to account for the needs of current and future generations. It includes all sectors of society in planning and must balance the needs of all of the stakeholders involved in the blue economy. And it must also recognise ocean-climate interactions. Really, this comes down to a triple bottom line. It's got to be equitable for people, it's got to be sustainable economically, and it's also got to be positive for the environment, and by that I mean both climate and biodiversity. So a little while back I was involved in a report on how to implement the blue economy, and we came up with the acronym of RAISE. The blue economy has got to be regenerative, it's got to be adaptive, it's got to be inclusive of all stakeholders, it's got to be sustainable, environmentally, socially and economically, and it's got to be evidence-led. In other words, it's got to be led by science and knowledge. So how do we actually go about planning our blue economy? Well, again, in this same report, we looked at the principles for sustaining a blue economy, and it comes down to, first of all, mapping and measuring our ocean wealth. So what's already there in terms of the environment, what's already there in terms of economic activities. We've got to assess ocean risks. Then we've got to create holistic governance, really understanding the institutional framework, managing the blue economy, including where the gaps are, and devising appropriate governance structures and regulatory frameworks to manage the sustainable growth of the blue economy. Then we have to develop a blue economy plan and then implement that plan. So what I'm going to talk about now are some examples of how that can actually be done. This is an example from the UK of mapping ocean wealth. So the government's Treasury Ministry essentially did an exercise of accounting for different sectors of the blue economy. And this actually produced some real surprises. The biggest one being that the second largest economic sector after leisure and tourism is actually blue carbon, the sequestration of carbon by marine ecosystems. This is another example. This is one where the National Oceanography Centre has actually been involved in. And here we see a study that was undertaken in the United Arab Emirates, actually mapping blue carbon coastal ecosystems. And you can see the references to this particular study. Okay. Yeah, we'll move on. Looking at ocean risks is also an important aspect of the blue economy. This is an example of the Solstice project undertaken by the National Oceanography Centre again. And the aim here was really to understand the risks to small-scale fisheries along the coast of East Africa, from natural climatic variation. And we worked in several countries during this project: Kenya, South Africa, Tanzania and Somalia. And I'll just home in on one of these, the North Kenyan banks upwelling, where the fishery really varies dramatically according to whether or not this upwelling takes place. And if well managed, of course, this fishery improves national wealth, but also supports livelihoods of fishers and people processing and selling fish and so on. Sustainability of this fishery really requires scientifically informed management interventions, but there's only scant information at the moment on the ecological status and drivers of the fishery. So this project was all about filling in those scientific knowledge gaps to enable sustainable management of this particular fishery. In terms of governance frameworks, again, I picked an example from the UK. The UK is divided into 4 regional governments: England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. So what happened in the UK was that we developed an overall UK marine policy, and then that was implemented by the individual regional governments to suit their particular regional needs. In terms of actually planning the blue economy, there's a fantastic example from Indonesia. Here there was a major problem with overfishing and illegal fishing as well, and also habitat loss resulting from both local and global anthropogenic stresses. In 2010, the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries adopted an ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management. And their roadmap to planning this blue economic activity involved workshops for identification of ecosystem-based indicators, capacity building at national to local levels, implementing a national working group on ecosystem-based fisheries management, and then developing fisheries management plans for the regional seas or provinces around Indonesia. And again, we see, is it okay? Again, we see provincial implementation out to 12 nautical miles in terms of fisheries regulation. And then beyond that, it's down to the national government. And there were very strong measures to combat IUU fishing. This was an amazingly successful blue economy project. Net fishing pressure was estimated to decline by 25 to 30%, mainly as a result of actions to reduce illegal fishing. And models indicate a significant increase in catches and profits of Indonesian fisheries. And finally, actually implementing the blue economy obviously needs funding. And the example I've selected for this is the Seychelles Debt for Nature swap. And here, restructuring of debt to the country in return for a binding commitment to uphold the conditions of the debt conversion agreement freed up a large amount of funding for implementation of marine spatial planning and marine conservation within the country. So to conclude that very rapid tour of the blue economy, to summarise, the blue economic approach must include the triple bottom line of people, environment and economy. It must be regenerative, adaptive, inclusive, sustainable and evidence-led. There are clear steps to achieving a blue economy. Scientific evidence is particularly important in understanding the environment and natural resources. And really good case studies are emerging now globally of how to actually implement a blue economic focus at state level. And finally, obviously, geography and national circumstances mean there are differences in environment, culture, governance, and the economy that we have to pay heed to when we're developing our blue economy plans. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alex, for your informative presentations. You really cover everything in the blue economy. And thanks for sharing with us your experience in the NOC and the projects you have did in some of the African countries and also some Arab countries like Indonesia, which you really emphasize a lot about the fisheries and how you improve this. So thank you so much for all you have did. And now it's time to have Professor Matt Frost. He is the head of the International Office at Plymouth Marine Laboratory. Professor Matt is a senior leader with over 25 years of experience, and he worked extensively on international matters, especially in policy networking and science diplomacy. At the same time, Matt is the chair of the United Kingdom National Ocean Decade Committee and also the UK Marine Climate Change Impact Partnership and its overseas working groups. He is the chair of the World Association of Marine Stations and has chaired and sits on a number of ocean observation networks. Matt today will talk to us about the World Association of Marine Stations in Islamic and Arab countries and their role in capacity building. Please welcome Professor Matt.
Thank you. I can stand if you want, yeah. Do I need a click? Thank you. Hi, and first of all, thank you so much for welcoming me. It's been an honour to be here and an honour to be with such an esteemed panel as well. So thank you all. I've been told that I have 10 minutes. 10 minutes, yeah. So I might have to skip some of this, but I want to talk about this World Association of Marine Stations, and hopefully this is new to some of you in terms of the capacity that these marine stations can bring. So what I'm going to do is just mention the challenges, an overview of the World Association, and then really hone down on this region and particularly the ICESCO partners. So just a very quick reminder, I used this slide this week already, but it's one ocean. This is the whole point of this talk, is that we have one single ocean. It's not lots of oceans, it's all connected. And if we're going to work together, we have to work together holistically across all the different sectors, because what is happening with the ocean, and this is the famous blue marble picture, is taken 50 years apart, and we can literally see some of the impacts from climate change from space now. So 50 years later, the blue planet looks slightly different than it used to, things like sea ice loss and that, because of climate change. So it's really important that we all know we're working together, because we all live, rely on and work in the same ocean. It connects all of us. And I won't go into the detail here because I don't have too long, but essentially the impacts are now being tracked at the global level as well. So it's not just that there's one ocean, it's that you can now look at the pressures across the entire bit of the ocean. We're exploring the deep sea now. We're getting out into every sort of river and estuary bit of our coastline. And there are very few areas of the world now that aren't touched in terms of both the open ocean and the coastal seas. So once again, this really tells us that we have to work together collaboratively, because this is a global ocean challenge with pressures coming globally. Now, the World Association of Marine Stations, where did this come from? So I don't know if you're aware of this, but in 2017, the Global Ocean Science Report was put together, and it identified 784 marine stations worldwide. We now have an online atlas, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute, and if any of you are here, by the way, from a marine station, please go onto our atlas, and if it's missing or in the wrong place, let us know, because we want to add all of them. We're now up to 839 stations worldwide. So most people are aware of bringing together monitoring frameworks and other things, but actually we need to work together across these marine research infrastructure networks. I don't have time to go into the detail here. The simple question is, and you can all go home and think about it, what is a marine station? In the old days, it was quite simple. It was usually a big building built right next to the sea that allowed people to study. But things are changing, and there are a few definitions of marine stations. But essentially, what I'm talking about is a specialist piece of infrastructure and institute that is built to study the ocean, usually directly connected to the ocean. So what happened is in 2010, we actually met with IOC, UNESCO and a few others, and I won't, once again, I'm having to skip over a lot of detail here, but we actually spoke to the IOC and said, what about having a world association that brings all of these marine stations together? So the IOC presented that to the General Assembly in 2011 and said, this is a fantastic idea. Unfortunately, there was no money and no people at the time, and nothing happened. That's it. Nothing happened for about 6-7 years. So when I took over chairing the European network of marine stations, I went back to Paris, back to Vladimir at the IOC, and said, "This is a great idea. Why didn't it happen?" And he said, "I don't know, but you should do it now." So I said, great, okay. So that's the story behind it. We eventually launched it in 2021 at the very first ever World Congress of Marine Stations, where we had about 350 people and most countries represented. And now we have a website, so please go to this, look at the atlas, find out about where all these marine stations are. It'll click and take you straight through every marine station, so you can actually look at the capacity. And as I said, if you've got a marine station missing, please let us know. Now, what's interesting is I wanted to now just kind of in the second half really focus on what we're doing here, because this isn't the first time that people have said marine stations are important. So back in the late 1950s in the US, they actually said this, and this is from the report. They actually said we need a world directory. Apparently there's a huge number of these laboratories throughout the world, but none of the assembled leaders, this was a meeting in the US, this meeting was actually in Rome, but a lot of US people there, had a comprehensive view of where these were. So they formed a committee to find out where all of these stations were. And this was published in 1963. And what's fascinating is you can already see that across sort of Arab League countries and Islamic countries, they're already doing really well in building these marine stations. And what's interesting is the oldest marine station in the world. Anyone know? Anyone? So, okay. I'll just carry on. So the oldest marine station in the world was built in Ostend in Belgium in 1843. And then most of the stations followed on from that. Now, in the UK, we always boast that the oldest marine station in the UK is 1884, because we're very proud in the UK of our marines. But actually, if you look here, the oldest station in the sort of Middle East is actually before that. 1883 in Algeria was the first marine station. So you guys were actually ahead of the UK, you were ahead of the US and lots of other countries in building your marine stations. So you've got this amazing capacity, and as I said, in 1963, there was a minimum of 13 marine stations, and you can actually go and look at this report, and it tells you all about them and what they do. There were probably more marine stations than this. This is the best they could do, but it's really interesting just to see that you've been working on really good marine and fisheries and other research. As I said, even before the UK and the USA was getting its act together. Now, what we've done is we've updated this atlas, and this isn't everything, but if you look down here, and these are all ICESCO member states, and if you go onto the atlas, you can see that the number of stations in 1963 across all of the states is quite broad. So once again, everything from Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Iran, Pakistan, all of these countries all had marine stations. But what was interesting is they were all working pretty much by themselves in isolation. There wasn't a network for them to work. So what we've started to do now is map these stations, but also add new ones. So there's also a big building program going on now. So here's two examples here. So this is KAUS, the Red Sea Research Centre. That was actually built, that shouldn't say 2020, oh no, sorry, it's above, 2009. So that's 2009. You've got a really state-of-the-art research centre being built. Corfacon in the UAE, I was there recently. That's going to be launched next year. They're still building that one. So not only do you have this history and these capacity of marine networks, but you're actually still building them fairly rapidly. And you can see there's NEOF. I use that as an example, obviously, because you invited me, but you can go onto the atlas and find out where all these marine stations are. And this is the final point I want to make, really, to finish off, is when we're talking about the blue economy and capacity sharing, capacity building, the important thing is that these marine stations were never meant to operate in isolation. So Anton Dorn from Naples and Miklau Maklai in 1868, they actually said, we've got a plan to cover the globe with a network of these stations. And the reason they're called marine stations, it was them that renamed them marine stations, is because they saw them as analogous to like train stations where you go from one station to another. So they felt marine stations are places where you work in one and then you go to another. And normally I would show a slide which starts with somebody discovering squid in Naples and then eventually winning a Nobel Prize in the UK a few years later, about 6 marine stations on. So the whole point of these marine stations is we're supposed to be working in collaboration together. Now, you actually have a number of regional and national networks, and what I'd like to find out from you, but suggest otherwise, one of the most powerful things you can do in terms of collaboration and capacity sharing is actually to develop a network of marine stations. So I was in China, I think it was last year, talking in China about the amazing spread of marine stations you have there. And once again, there's moves now to set up a network of the marine stations because of the power in working together. Here's another example. So in Japan, they have about 25 now, there's 20 there, and they've set up a network of these stations. What it means is they can share capacity, they share research vessels, they share expertise, they bring students in, and having a network of marine stations is very powerful both at the country and the regional level. So why is it? So what are these networks actually doing, and why do I think a network, maybe an ICESCO network of marine stations would be a really fantastic idea, because all of these networks are finding a power in this collaboration, and this is the reason. Firstly, it's just to foster collaboration and achieve capacity sharing and synergies, sharing research vessels, sharing expertise, sharing kit, sharing equipment, letting students move between marine stations. So that's probably the prime purpose. But it also provides a common voice to promote the value of marine stations. Many marine stations are being closed down around the world. There's not enough money. But having these networks, we actually support the whole idea of having these marine stations, having them built and maintained. The other thing is to train the next generation. So it's really nice to have, so we've set up bursaries, or we're setting up bursary programs so that students don't just go to their local marine station, but if they want to go and visit a station in another country, we can arrange for that. So once again, it's a nice way of building that capacity and training within your area. And I'll finish on this one, promote areas of research and information gaps. And also, and I'll finish on this, to be a mechanism for science diplomacy. Essentially, we work together, we're scientists, we work peacefully together, we work across borders, and actually having a network that kind of just brings us together in that way is really powerful. So I'm going to suggest, if you haven't got it already, an ICESCO Marine Network would be a really great idea. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Matt, so much. Thank you, Matt, so much for your nice presentation. And I totally agree with you. We need to have our ICESCO marine network stations. And what surprised me that we already had a lot back in history, yes. 1883, which is very old ones, yes. So we are ahead by years, yes. Thank you for sharing with us all of those informations. Okay. And now it's time to have Professor Amr Hamouda, the president of the Marine Hazard Mitigation Center and also the vice chair of IOC of UNESCO. Professor Hamouda is the focal point of IOC in Egypt and also the focal point for Decade implementing partner for the UN Ocean Decade in Africa. He is the vice chair of the NIAM TWS Tsunami Early Warning System and also the member of Data Boy Cooperation Panel. Professor Hamouda is for more than 30 years of experience in marine science and marine geophysics, explorations, mapping, and also climate change on biodiversity along the Egyptian coast. Professor Hamouda will talk to us today about the blue economy projects in the Arab and Islamic countries and with more emphasis on the case studies from Egypt. Please welcome Professor Hamouda.
It's my pleasure to be here as our colleague and partner here in Pavilion. And I'm very happy that we are discussing together about in ICESCO Pavilion. So what we are looking now about the blue economy in Arab country and especially for in the Middle East and the case study about Egypt. So what we are looking first about the definition of the blue economy. According to the World Bank, so this is discussed about ocean resources of economic growth related to improve livelihood and jobs and ocean ecosystem to be health and safety. So we can discuss about the blue economy, its meaning about sustainable ocean economy. This is what we are looking for, which will be lead to ocean component of a green economy. As we know here, it's about, according to that, we are investment about will be reach about $3 billion by 2030. This is meaning that we are here about 1.5. So I think that in 2030 we will have a high investment in the blue ocean and the natural resource which you are looking for. So this is a good opportunity to Islamic country to be involved and investment about the future and we save our ocean and increase our job and the cooperation between our world for increase and finance about resource that. So the vision which we are looking for, we needed our ocean in safe situation and we're looking to be increase our natural resource and we increase our job which are related to this natural resource what we have. So this is, I think that we are discussed to, in this step we needed science. Science is a very important for sustainable of the blue economy. Without science, we cannot success to do anything in the future. So the science is very important for protection and safeguarding our area, which we're looking for to save this area. And also it will be increase the efficiency, what we are looking, and the new give us a new opportunity to looking for what we are, how to do the future for our resource. And also we can, very important for the blue economy to understand about the forecasting and the prediction to protect our, what we have will be established along the coast and in sea. And we can also, the science will give us the impact and adaptation of the natural resource we're looking and what is the risk we have. So we can go, what is the opportunity for the Islamic country and the Middle East for the blue economy? If we can discuss about the first point about marine natural resource management, about fisheries and aquaculture. We have a long area of the sea. We have Mediterranean and also Indian Ocean, and we are working in Arab country in the Gulf of Aden. So we can discuss about this area which will be very fruitful and will be very important to increase and investment about fish aquaculture in this area to increase the food of fish which will be nutrition, and we have a very important to the health and it will be very important about, and also for that we are looking for the save of our biodiversity, and we have impact and the crisis about we have challenge about the impact of the increased temperature and the climate change will be change the distribution of the biodiversity in the seas around Arab countries. So we needed to make area for biodiversity to be safe of overfishing, which will be needed to save our natural resources from fisheries, which will be important for Arab country. And also we have a long shoreline. This is a coastal tourism, which will be investment about this area to increase our potential about coastal tourism. And also, as you know, we have Arab country and it's an Islamic country which will be in the Middle East. It is the middle of the shipping of the trade in the world, which will be very important, especially for the Suez Canal, for the Gulf, and for Arab Emirates, which will be very important for transfer and the trade, the shipping from east and west area. Also, we can very important to investment about renewable energy. As you know, the oil and the gas has a limited time. So we needed now, we started to investment about renewable energy, about in the sea, which will be about the tide and also wind along the sea will be very important to use the wind and the tide about this area, which like the Red Sea has a long tide and a different high level of the tides. We can use it for increase our renewable energy. And also we needed to, very important to save about the biodiversity and as you know, seagrass, and we have a very important to mitigate the impact of the climate change related to the coral reef. The coral reef is very highly important for the income and which will be the main visitor of the tourists to the coral reef, especially in the Red Sea. This is the high impact to mitigate about the bleaching of the coral reef, which is very important to mitigate this point, and also about the save our seagrass, which will high impact. We can go for the first important for Egypt. We can discuss, as you know, about the fisheries. The fisheries in the world is about investment is about 1% about fisheries from the total investment on the world. So, but 3% about the processing and industry will be depend about the fishing, catching of the fish. So what we are looking is that for, especially for Islamic country and Arab country, most of them is a developing country. So it is very important to increase investment about this industry, about the technology, about the fisheries, which is very important. Like Egypt will be investment a huge amount of many $billion about increasing our marine fish related to the decrease the amount of fresh water of the Nile. So we don't have enough fresh water in the Nile, so we needed to go to the marine aquaculture in case study to increase our production of which related to increase our population. So this is very important about that. So will be many farms of marine aquaculture will be investment Egypt about that. As you know, Egypt will be the leader in Africa. It's number one in production of aquaculture, which about 2 million ton. So which will be transfer about what we have to Arab Islamic country and African country to transfer the simple technology which to support Africa and Arab country in the area of the marine freshwater aquaculture. As we can discuss about for the maritime, as you know, the Gulf of Suez is very important for the trade and trade about shipping from the east and the west side. So as you know, Egypt may be investment many to duplication of the Gulf of Suez to, as you know, can problem about the green vessel which will be stuck in the southern part of the Gulf of Suez. So if you don't have another channel of the Gulf of Suez, we cannot solve this and make a transfer about have many stuck vessel will be in this time. Within 1 week we can solve the stuck about the green vessel which will be stuck from in the Gulf of Suez, and to solve this problem, and we have uses another channel to make a navigation to become in the normal situation within 4 days in the Gulf of Suez. And also we can discuss about the other point we needed about the tourists. We are investment Egypt will many investment to increase the potential of the Red Sea, and we'll be make a safari about increase the tourists to save and to see what we have in the coral reef in the Red Sea, which will be the hotspot. The many it is I think this is hotspot will be many area in the world will be destroyed related to the impact of climate change. So we are make a reservation, and also about mitigation the bleaching of the coral reef by make increase about increase the rehabilitation of the coral reef in the Gulf of Suez. We are many projects in the Red Sea to increase about rehabilitation of the coral reef, and you can follow about what we have in the coral reef about that. So Egypt also we're working about the smart harbor, which will be increase the income about the port and export about from Egypt. So we'll be establish new port about the Red Sea and the Mediterranean for Ain Sokhna. This is a smart port to support the trade from eastern side and western side for short time to can transport the all the amount of change and increase the trade between the eastern and western side. And also the last point about exploration. We have, as you know, we have Egypt has a long history of thinking archaeology. This is a huge amount from Caesar, from Cleopatra, and we are exploration and investment for establish now a marine aquarium, which will be explore many sinking archaeological pieces. We are now working about, especially around in the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. We have a long history from sinking archaeology, so we are working and investment about that to increase our potential. So also Egypt and the strategy about to increase the renewable energy to be reach about 40%. From the energy which we are looking for electricity, or especially for electricity. So we are working about that for this area. And I need to thank you for this is important about to be invitation. I have a short time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Hamouda, for a lot of work. I know you are involved in most of the blue economy projects in Egypt, and thanks for sharing with us all of your experience in this field. And now it's time to have Professor Hisham Al-Askari. He is the Professor of Remote Sensing and Earth System Science, Director of Earth System Science and Data Solution Lab, Advisor of ICESCO Director General, and STDF Director in Egypt, and also CEO for GeoAct. He is the ex-Vice President of the Egyptian Space Agency. Professor Al-Askari is experienced for more than 25 years in the field of remote sensing, space agencies, and also for climate changes, especially for coral reefs, right, and all the biodiversity. Professor Hisham, as you are here representing the ICESCO, could you tell us what is the main topics you would like to share with us about the future of the blue economy in ICESCO countries, and how we could get benefited from all of those projects that we could do, but with one great thing, that we must protect our environment. Please welcome Professor Hisham.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suda, for this great question. It's very thought-provoking and quite a kind of a holistic kind of question, which will allow me, to get from everybody who spoke today. I was quite impressed with everybody's work and what you guys presented, and very happy to be part of this discussion, not only in my capacity as the advisor for the Director General of ICESCO, but also as a scientist and working in the usage of and utilization of Earth observations and data science. Everything that was said today, there is a common word that was said by the three speakers, which is science and innovation. Everybody is stressing on that, which is very, very important, and I commend you on this. During my journey in remote sensing and Earth observations, utilizing data from the UV spectrum all the way to the visible, optical, and microwave, as well as in the radar region. So we are working with understanding of the different kinds of environments. And when it comes to the marine environment, we are working on coral habitats, looking into nutrition cycles, applying dynamical modeling, and looking into circulations, upwelling and downwelling, the impact of nutrition on fisheries. Looking into long-range transport of particles and dust and wet deposition and dry deposition, and the impact of algal blooms and the dissolved organic matters, the different kinds of chlorophyll components. We look into developing different kind of classifiers when it comes to coral habitats. We did a lot of work in the Pacific, in the different Palmyra Atoll and the Kingsman Reef, applying different kind of AI tools, starting from random forest to support vector machines, all the way to deep learning and UNet classification, in order to try to build a global classifier of corals. We did have some very successful applications in the Pacific and also in the Red Sea. We did some work on Hurghada area and mapping of the corals, looking into the different channels of the spectrum, the very fine blue, where you can really look into less loaded sediments in the water, all the way to the red edge effect to the coral habitats, the mapping of the seagrass, the mapping of mangroves, all of the different components which are very important and vital for the blue economy. When it comes to even flash floods coming from land sources and dumping their waste into the marine environment. I just had a project recently in Wadi Rim in Saudi Arabia, where there was massive amount of flood happening in Jizan, and we did some SWOT analysis, the soil water assessment, in order to map the watershed, the basin, the stream orders, looking into the orders of the streams and the amount of the waste which is dumped into the marine environment and affecting that. So your question, Dr. Susan, is very, very timely, and it's on. This is what we are trying to do from a scientific perspective, but what I really like is the idea of the ICESCO network of the marine stations, and I wrote it down so that I don't forget the name. So this is actually very interesting, because the other day, a couple of days ago, ICESCO had a side event where we co-organized with other organizations, and we had with us the vice president of IUCN, and we had with us the president of Asricosmos, the space agency, and also in my capacity as a previous vice president of the Egyptian Space Agency. So everybody was talking about this kind of regional hub that ICESCO is adopting for solution based for the issues of water security as well as biodiversity. And I don't see anything better than having a network of stations for the marine environments, especially in the ICESCO part of the world, or ICESCO member states. It's a very good idea, and I will definitely follow up on that and try to take it to the next level, and try to help our member states in the Arab world and the Islamic world, in order to be able to make use of the opportunities in the blue economy, but also with our caveat of protecting our environment.
Thank you so much, Professor Hisham, for your nice intervention. And also, I can assume that this network will be amazing for the ICESCO countries, and we all have to work to erase it. Yeah, thank you. And now I know we are behind the time, but we will open the discussion for only one question, if anybody want to. Okay. No questions? One? Okay, just one.
Hey there. Thank you so much for your presentation. Dr. Hamoud, I am involved with the Florida ocean economy. The Florida ocean economy, which is similar to the blue economy. And one of the challenges that I see moving forward with some of the ocean economy when it comes to habitat restoration is a large role of NGOs and not-for-profits taking the role of some of the traditional small jobs that would be otherwise provided through habitat mitigation or restoration. And I'd just love to hear your thoughts on raising a community of practice with NGOs and private sector to raise a blue economy up for habitat restoration.
Thank you for the question. I think restoration obviously needs to upscale dramatically. And the simple fact is that the methods we have at the moment are very labour intensive. So I think there's huge scope to bring local communities into those sorts of projects. The NGOs coming in or other bodies coming in can provide the scientific expertise, they can provide training, and they can help to provide and manage finance, but ultimately restoration needs lots of hands actually doing the restoration work. And you know, these can actually be quite skilled jobs. You're actually cultivating corals, perhaps breeding fish and so on. So there are potential other spin-offs to those types of industries. But I think ultimately these projects will not reach the scale they need to reach without local community involvement.
Thank you so much, and we are sorry because we are late in time, so we have to close this enormous panel, but our professors will stay with us, so if you have more questions, please come and ask them. I would like to officially announce the closure for this session and to thank all of our esteemed panelists, Professor Alex Rogers, Professor Matt Frost, Professor Amra Hamouda, Professor Hisham Al-Askari, and Dr. Chen from ACA 21 of China. Please, could we have a group photo? Yeah, thank you so much.
إذا حطيتيها على راسك سمعتي وإذا ما حطيتيها على راسك ما سمعتي. صرت السيشن دخلت السيشن ولا وراي الجزدان طبعا بس
Pakistan is disconnected.
Yeah, he is going to be like this. Just is there anyone who's
A very good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start very soon. If you could please put on your headphones and check if you can hear my voice loud and clear. All right, a very good afternoon once again. Thank you very much. It's been an honor to me to welcome you to this high-level panel discussion on achieving resilient agri-food system through climate action and water and agri-food ecosystem nexus management. I would like to first introduce myself. My name is Dr. Fahman Fatur Rahman. I'm the expert in the science and environment sector of ICESCO. And in this session, I will co-moderate with my colleague. I'm pleased to introduce my co-moderator, Ms. Samah Abdullah, a co-founder of MIA from Egypt. Ms. Samah is a successful young entrepreneur who began her journey in water sustainability at just 19 years old. With a background in computer engineering, she co-founded MIA, a startup focused on using technology to ensure water sustainability. So she is working on the ground to implement WEF and Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic that we are covering today, it is very important. As we know, we face one of the most pressing challenges in our time, ensuring food security and sustainable livelihood in the face of rapid climate change. Agri-food systems, which are critical to feeding growing global population, sit at the intersection of multiple systems: water, energy, food, and ecosystem. As we face population growth, resource scarcity, and climate change, integrated, sustainable approaches are very vital. The WEF and Nexus framework presents an opportunity for us to manage these challenges through innovative, holistic, and cross-sectoral solutions. Before we start our panel discussions, we are privileged to have Dr. Hisham Al-Askari, an advisor to the Director General of ICESCO, to deliver the opening remarks on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Salim Al-Malik. Dr. Hisham, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, Dr. Fahman, for the introduction. My name is Professor Hisham Al-Askari. I'm Professor of Earth Observations and Data Science at Chapman University in California, and have the privilege of being the advisor for the Director General, and have the honor to deliver his speech on his behalf, welcoming all of you to the ICESCO Pavilion. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege on the behalf of the DG of ICESCO to welcome you to the ICESCO's Pavilion here at the COP29 and to this session, Achieving Resilient Agri-Food Systems Through Climate Action and Water, Energy, Food, Energy Ecosystem Nexus Management. Today, we gather to address an issue of utmost urgency, safeguarding food security and resilience for communities worldwide in the face of the escalating climate challenges. Agriculture is a cornerstone of economic stability and livelihoods for many of our member states, supporting millions through food production, employment, and local economies. In fact, in our member states, agriculture accounts for 10% of the GDP on average and provides employment to over 30% of the population, underscoring its role in economic and food security. However, Our regions face significant vulnerabilities. At least 200 million people in member states were undernourished. Water stress is another critical issue, with more than half of our member states facing water stress, with some of them experiencing either high or critical water stress levels. A problem is set to worsen as climate change progresses. This session's focus on water, food, energy ecosystem nexus is critical. Addressing these interdependencies allow us to find holistic solutions that enhance agri-food resilience and foster climate adaptation across sectors. For example, agriculture in our member states already consumes more than 80% of all freshwater withdrawals, a demand that needs careful management to balance food production with limited water resources. Sustainable solutions are essential not only for increasing agricultural yields, but also for preserving ecosystems and ensuring efficient energy usage. In this regard, ICESCO is committed to advancing climate-smart agriculture to address these pressing needs in our member states. Through our initiatives, we promote efficient water and energy use, resilient farming practices, and community-based adaptation strategies. These efforts empower communities to overcome current challenges while preparing for future ones. This includes promoting technologies that can improve water use efficiency, particularly in regions where rainfall is predictable and irrigation is unpredictable, and irrigation systems are quite crucial. In closing, today's session is an opportunity to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and forge partnerships that will help us build resilient, sustainable agri-food systems. Let us work together to implement solutions that empower our communities, safeguard our resources, and enhance food security in the face of an evolving climate challenge. Thank you so much, and I look forward to a fruitful and impactful discussion, and wish you all the luck in your session ahead of us. And again, welcome in the ICESCO Pavilion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hisham. To begin the session, I will pass over to Ms. Sama to introduce our panelists and start the first round questions. Ms. Sama, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fahman, for the introduction. It's a huge honor to be co-moderating this session with you. But first off, I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists for today's session. Each of these leaders, policymakers, bring valuable expertise and practical experience in the areas of policy, innovation, and on-ground implementation. But first off, let me first welcome joining us virtually, His Excellency, Mr. Rana Tavir Hussain, Federal Minister for National Food Security and Research, and also Minister of Industrial Protection of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Ms. Ihama Gadimova, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Republic of Azerbaijan. Her Excellency Dr. Tarifa El-Zabi, Director General of the International Center for Vizoline Agriculture, ASEBA. His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Gramus Masterjani, Senior Deputy Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, UFM, and he's also joining us virtually. And also Dr. Isa Fai, Director General of Global Practices and Partnerships of Islamic Development Bank. And Dr. Akiniyama Akinyoha, the Technical Advisor to the Ekiti State Government of Nigeria on green economy and ecological matters. And finally, Ms. Verdine Gillette, Land and Water Officers of Water Resources and Governments from the FAO. Thank you all, and I would like to welcome you on the stage, please. And also, I want to check our virtual speakers. Can you hear us? And can you please turn on the camera? You can hear us? That's amazing. That's amazing. Please have a seat. Thank you so much for your presence. It's a huge honor. In the first round, we will focus on identifying the challenges faced by agri-food systems across different regions and sectors. And we will also explore how local and institutional contexts shape responses to these challenges. And in order to start, let's start with Ms. Ihama Gadimova, Deputy Minister of Agriculture from Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan's agriculture sector plays a critical role in its socio-economic development, but it faces challenges such as water scarcity and soil degradation. Madam Deputy Minister, How is the ministry advancing sustainable practices that align with both food security and climate goals?
Since I couldn't hear myself, thank you very much. Dear Minister, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome everybody in Azerbaijan. Maybe 10 or 20 years ago, would have been considered very difficult question because, as you know, ensuring food security is what priority was considered a main priority. And meeting the need in this direction meant planting more land, using more fertilizer and agrochemical to get more product. But no, as you say, we are balancing food security and climate change adaptation, and we are also aiming to preserve biodiversity in the meantime. It's grateful that the innovation applied in the agriculture field, such as modern irrigation, irrigation models, recognition, and treatment of soil of agrochemical analysis serve both productivity and protection and effective use of the natural resource. What we are doing in Azerbaijan, I can follow the 5 pillars, what we are doing and what we advise exactly. This is first one, this is the support effective use of water. How we are doing this? The Ministry of Agriculture has prioritized sustainable agricultural practices to address these challenges. Modernizing of irrigation system, of course. In this way, we are helping farmers. For example, government subsidized 40% of the modern irrigation system. And other 40% you can get by credit from the government. And that's why this is help even productivity and even protection of environment. Second one, this is the support effective use of soil. For more than 3 years, farmers have been encouraged to conduct agrochemical analysis for the purpose of knowing their soil, increasing productivity, preventing excessive fertilizer use, and protecting the environment. Subsidies support this process too. And third one, this is work together with other state bodies. It's so important, and I am happy that, and say in same way, more than 3 years, Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Ecology and Natural Resources working together, and we have been carrying out joint activities related to the climate change preparation and environmental protection. And we are sure that this activity will extend further with the contribution of COP29. And fourth one, this is climate smart agriculture practices. In Azerbaijan, we are prioritizing climate smart agriculture practices that improve efficiency and enhance resilience. Our such initiative is the establishment of the shelters, for example, rows of trees and shrubs that protect crop from the erosion, conserve soil moisture, and promote biodiversity. And last one, this is knowledge. Knowledge is key, we all know. But we are going to give knowledge with electronic platforms because these platforms help us to catch everybody. In our country, by electronic system, we have the active 450,000 farmers. And to catch everybody, it's impossible to catch face to face. That's why electronic platform is the key point to give the knowledge. And there are the mobile application at the same time who can help farmer on this way. I tried to be short on this point in this way. Thank you.
Indeed, knowledge is the key, and that's why we're having such an esteemed panelists in order to ensure not only knowledge, having knowledge, but also the knowledge transfer. Extremely insightful, Madam Deputy Minister. And now let's move to Dr. Akiyoha, a technical advisor to the Ekiti State Government of Nigeria on green economy and ecological matters. Dr. Akiniyami, Nigeria is working hard to manage its water resources in face of climate challenges. Could you please share what kind of water issues your state or region is facing? And another question, can you provide examples of any projects or initiatives that are advancing integrated approaches to manage water, energy, food, and the ecosystem resources in agriculture? So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be invited to this panel to speak. Water is life. There's a popular song by one of our most popular musicians who says, it says in pidgin English, the name of the musician is Fela. It says in pidgin English, water no get enemy. That is, water does not have any enemy. But, you know, the experience we've had in the last couple of years seems to suggest that water is taking its course, its wrath on humans, because we've had severe flooding issues in Nigeria in the last 4 years, and a lot of lives has been lost. So on one hand, you have people saying there is not enough water. On the other hand, you're saying that there's a lot of water and is affecting people. And this is symptomatic of climate change. There will be dry spells where there won't be any water, and then you have spells where there will be a lot of water, you know, falling in a very short period of time. And you have a lot of flooded areas, flooded places, flooded areas, deaths, and all sorts of things. And at the foundation of this problem is a lack of integrated water planning infrastructure and policy. Because beyond even planning for dams and planning for dams and, you know, dikes and seawalls and riverbed walls, you also need to think about urban planning. Making sure that our cities are planned such that people don't build in flood-prone areas, which is a challenge because our growth is kind of organic. People just build cities and expand without due consideration for the ecological characteristics of the land. So the water is finding its own way. It doesn't really have enemies, to be honest. The water is flowing in its original course, the way it's supposed to flow. What Nigeria has been doing is to take an integrated water management approach. We've been working with development partners in this dimension. There are a couple of EU and World Bank funded projects looking at it, and these have been cascaded to the subnationals to make sure each state, because we operate a federal system, to make sure each state also has their own integrated water planning system. To go back to the case study of how water, energy, and agric systems and ecosystem, you know, overlap. I'll tell a story of what happened in my state this year. I come from a state called Ekiti State. It's about 4 million people, slightly close to 4 million people. Southwest of Nigeria, tropical rainforest. When it rains, it pours, and we're not so used to extremes of heat, you know, because we're a rainforest. It rains a lot. The dry spells is just for about 2 months in a year, and that's typically, well, let me say 2.5 to 3 months. It starts around December, ends around February. By March, it starts to rain. And it's usually not very hot. But this year, and indeed in the last 2 years, the dry spells has become so dry and they eat so much that there are days when we are not able to sleep very well. How does this affect our Greek? We launched a program, a youth empowerment program to, you know, strengthen youth farmers in the poultry business. We engage a lot of youths, empowered them, supplied their inputs to do broiler and poultry, you know, layers. And in the first year, it was incredibly successful. It was a pilot stage, less than 1,000 people, guaranteed off-takers. We signed commercial farmers to buy immediately from them. And this scheme was very successful. So we decided to expand in the second year. And guess what? There was heat. It was so hot this year in February, so much so that the chickens began to die. You know, and the farmers were at loss as to what to do. So they devised a strategy. Some of them brought refrigerator to farms and began to do ice cubes and put the ice cubes in the water for the chicken to drink and to cool themselves down. And this kind of slowed down the death rate and things kind of normalized. But there were losses. And these losses, unfortunately, were not backed by insurance. So it was losses they had to cope with. And so productivity became lower. But again, it's a story of resilience. You see people trying to adapt, trying to come up with solutions to peculiar problems. And you see the issue is, power. The ice cubes, the refrigerators were run on petrol generators. So while we're trying to move away from carbon and fossil fuel to decarbonize our chains, you have a situation where they have to adapt and they have to produce. So what do you have? You have more greenhouse gas emissions coming in. So the question is, you have water, there's need for water for the poultry, you have energy systems that needs to be decarbonized, maybe solarized, and then you have agri systems, agri supply chains that needs to be guaranteed and productivity that needs to be guaranteed. Having to look at all those things in a very integrated manner and looking at strategies of how to decarbonize that sector will be a very important thing to explore. And we're welcome to listen to people and understand where your journey is in this sector and how we can also learn from you and improving. So in our state, we are going on the journey of decarbonization and solarization of our agri value chain supply. That's what my story. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Akiyami. It's not only about the environment, but it's also about the people living in the environment. So it's also empowering the youth. Like me, myself, I'm considered to be a youth, but they have solutions and they can sometimes be the key, and innovation lies within its simplicity. So thank you so much for highlighting these factors. And we're talking about innovation. I'll be moving to Her Excellency, Dr. Tarifa El-Zabi, Director General of the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture, ASEBA. ASEBA specializes in solutions for water scale and saline environments. Dr. Tarifa, could you please share any recent innovations or projects that demonstrate the Wi-Fi Nexus approach in building resilient agri-food systems in arid regions?
First of all, good afternoon and thank you for having us here. The International Center for Biosaline Agriculture, ICBA, is from the name, is focusing on salinity and issues related to salinity. I mean, given that water is scarce, and not only scarce, but we're also talking about the increase in salinity by 2050 to 50%. So, I mean, again, it's a double challenge that we need to consider and think about. Looking at Wi-Fi and looking at ways where water innovations comes in, again, it's water, it's food, crops, and its soil. So it is really interconnected. So we need to look at it as a package, I would say. When we look at the water, if people going to use fresh water for irrigation, again, crops need some fresh water, so we cannot really help that, but they need to manage it wisely. So we look at different techniques and technologies when it comes to irrigation, smart irrigation, drip irrigation that would really ensure that we do not over-irrigate, because people now, we look at the practices where people irrigate in the summer the same way they irrigate in the winter, but again with extreme weather condition. I mean, are we going to do some water harvest? Are we going to consider the floods that is happening in different direction to be utilized for water or other utilization? Also, we look at unconventional sources of water. We look at saline water, rejected water from desalination. If we're going to, and again, many countries like the Gulf region, Middle East, they depend a lot on water desalination. What happens usually to the rejected water from desalination? Is it being utilized? Is it being used? Is it being dumped in the sea and creating another sort of a problem and a challenge? So we look at the integrated aqua agriculture system, where we desalinate the water. We take the fresh water and we make sure that the water is irrigating the cash crops. And we take the saline water and we make sure that we put it in a tank and we grow fish with it. And we try to look at different research and different application where this water will go later on and irrigate halophytic crops, the salt-loving crops. This way, you make sure that every single water crop is counted, and we look at different technologies and techniques, and we also look at the end result. I mean, this morning I had a very interesting conversation with a colleague where they mentioned, I imagine the plate we need. It has some legume, it has some fish, and it has some siliconia, which is salt-loving plant there. So with this food system, we would have having all the nutrition applicable, and people would be utilizing the resources in a very efficient way. Earlier, Excellency spoke about the smart resilient crops. It's all, I mean, at the beginning when you used to hear the word smart crops, I mean, we say like, come on, are we moving now into a smart technologies and smartphones and now smart crops? But that's true. I mean, we're looking at the crops that will respond better to the water scarcity and also the salinity and also the condition of the soil. So ICBA has a gene bank that it has 17,000 different accession of crops. And these are including stress-resilient crops. I mean, again, they are varied in terms of resilience. So we have halophyte, the salt-loving crops like siliconia, and also we look at sorghum, we look at quinoa, we look at millets, and some other crops as well that will be drought, heat, and saline resilient. So, I mean, again, will be a good solution for the farmer with the extreme or climate change condition. And last is we'll look at the soil. When we look at the water utilization, we also look at the areas. I mean, again, where I come from, it's desert, so we have sands. So it doesn't really, the water holding capacity is low. So how can we really ensure that we amend those soil and we ensure that the soil is fertile enough that we will be growing different kind of crops? And also we look at the soil maps in order for us to look at zoning. I mean, again, try to make sure that you grow the right crop in the right soil condition and also with the better irrigation. So with the integrated approach, we try to make sure that the solution we offer is scaling, easy to scale up. It's not impossible. However, we would be working with different stakeholders to make sure that the implementation is feasible and sustainable, because there will be so many solutions that we will bring to the table, and after a while people will drift. And in many occasions that we find today's solution is tomorrow's challenge. And we are living that, and we should be really mindful of all those solutions that we bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Indeed, feasibility is one of the most important factors of innovation. Thank you so much. Now, let's turn to His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Gramenos Masterdini. Dr. Gramenos, can you hear me? Because he's joining us virtually.
Yes, perfectly. Can you hear me?
Amazing. We can hear you. Dr. Gramenos Masterdini is Senior Deputy Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, UFM. The UFM's work in promoting regional cooperation is crucial for building resilient food systems across the Mediterranean countries, which face similar climate and resource challenges. Ambassador, could you highlight key initiatives or collaborations within the UFM framework that support climate-smart agriculture and integrated Wi-Fi management, please? We can't hear you. We can't. Can you please? We can't hear you. Your Excellency, we can't hear you. You can hear us, right? No, we can't hear you. We can't hear Your Excellency. So there's a technical problem. Until then, let's move with our next speaker so we can fix this technical sound issue. And moving to our next speaker, which is Miss Virginie Gillette, Land and Water Officer at the FAO. FAO has been a global leader in promoting the Wi-Fi Nexus approach for sustainable agriculture. From your perspective, Ms. Gillette, what are the most significant barriers that countries faced in implementing integrated Wi-Fi Nexus strategies, but at scale?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you all, and thank you for ICESCO for hosting this session. Very interesting. I think one of the main barriers was mentioned by our first panelist about coordination between different authority, but at all level, at local level between the different local authority, at national level you were mentioning between the different ministry and that you're starting to coordinate. I think this is probably one of the greatest barrier. And as FAO, our direct counterpart is most often the Minister of Agriculture. But working in a land and water division, I also want to talk to the ministry in charge of water. And so here I have a problem because I need the two ministries to work together, and we need to make sure that there is coordination. I think the good example that we've just heard is an excellent hope for bringing these Wayfair innovation at scale in different countries. One tool that we're trying to promote at FAO to look further and that where we absolutely want to work with different ministries as much as possible to coordinate is a project called Vapor. It's a platform that monitors water productivity through remote sensing. It's an open access platform. It's completely free and it's available globally at a resolution that is quite rough, but then we're going also in some country up until 20-meter resolution, so that starts to be very interesting even at field level for the farmers. And the idea is really looking into water productivity, which is how much we produce for the water that we are consuming. And that is very important because the problem here is that we have a crisis on water, we have a crisis on energy and climate, we have a crisis on biodiversity, and a crisis on food security also. Don't forget that we still have 335 million people living with hunger in 2022, which is, and that's still not resolved. So that gives us little margin, but I think because agri-food systems are very dependent on water, energy, they're using the biodiversity to bring diversity to our food nutrition. They're really a great opportunity also, and they need to be used for climate mitigation and climate adaptation. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you so much for your valuable insights. Indeed, coordination is one of the most important barriers to scale, but definitely thank you so much for your insights. And back to His Excellency, Ambassador Dr. Gramenis. Can you hear us? I hope the sound problem is not working. I hope it's working. Oh, can you hear us? We still cannot hear you. Okay. So, can you hear Dr. Gramenis? I believe, Doctor, you're still going to have to wait for us one more question with our next speaker until we solve this sound technical issue. We're so sorry for that, but we're super grateful for your presence with us, even virtually. Your presence embarrassed all of us. So moving to our next speaker, thank you so much, Miss Virgie, Miss Violette. We will now turn to Dr. Issa Fai, Director General of Global Practices and Partnership at the Islamic Development Bank. As a material financial institute, the bank plays a crucial role in financing climate adaptation and resilience projects. Dr. Issa, could you please share examples of innovative funding mechanisms or partnerships that the Islamic Bank is pursuing to support Wi-Fi Nexus projects? And also, what are some of the key challenges you encounter when financing these types of projects? So the projects and the challenges encounter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll just start by congratulating the government of Azerbaijan for hosting the COP29, and then say that I'm very happy to be here with my panelists. So To answer your question, I would like to start by just giving some perspectives. The Islamic Development Bank is the largest multilateral development bank from the South, by the South, and delivers for the South. This has a meaning for us. If you take our member countries, most of them, many of them are suffering from the food crisis, climate crisis, energy crisis. So we are really in an area where we are really struggling with the competing demands from member countries. And this is compounded by another one that I would add to the nexus that seems to be forgotten, which is conflict. We have crisis on food, crisis climate, crisis on energy, and conflicts compounded that, geopolitical tension and all these things. More than 50% of our member countries are fragile or vulnerable. So you see the picture. So we don't have an option. For us, it is an existential question. We need to do something about it. We cannot avoid these issues, and this nexus imposes itself to us. We need to have comprehensive solution, integrated solution if we want to solve this problem. And this is how the bank is trying to position its approach in solving this. We do climate financing, but we also try to combine it with support to our member country to solve their long-term development objectives, which includes sustainability, conflict, and all that. We have a lot of displaced people. So we don't have, in our approach to transition to low-carbon pathway, we need to integrate long-term development challenges that we need to support our member countries. And this is not negotiable. So having this comprehensive and integrated approach requires to think out of the box. We need to innovate. We need to think differently on how are we going to solve the problems. Innovation is key, and then this is something that we try to do in terms of financing perspective. We try to mobilize more resources, and this means that we need to go to non-traditional source of financing, not just the traditional one, but non-traditional one of source of financing. Second, we try to innovate around Islamic finance, going through this, pushing the boundaries beyond just this mirroring of the conventional financial system to innovate and bring new Islamic financial tools. And in that respect, the bank has been doing making a lot of progress. One, we have been pioneering sustainable and green sukuk, and that we have mobilized $5.5 billion since 2019 on just sustainable and green sukuk. We're also innovating to respond to the needs. For example, our gentleman from Nigeria talked about financial protection. We're trying to bring Islamic insurance called takaful to support smallholder farmers to weather the shocks they can have in different countries. And on top of this, we have also been trying to leverage some of our partners, like the Green Climate Fund, to help member countries to be ready into really attracting and mobilizing climate financing. We have been accredited GCF very recently, and we are mobilizing to do that thing. On top of this, I think where we need also to look into and trying to be creative in how do we bring the private sector in, because the private sector is also part of the solution. It's not only government and MDBs or development partners, but we need to catalyze private sector. What does it mean? It means that we need to do risk, because private sector, they react to risk return profile. We need to make sure that we provide mechanism to de-risk the transaction and investment into the agriculture or food system or the conflict resilience mechanism. Second, we need to make sure there is incentives, there is an enabling environment. The policy and regulatory frameworks in our different countries should be conducive for private sector to come in and provide financing. And third, we need also to have bankable projects. We need to have a set of bankable projects. We need to make sure that we are ready for private sector to come in. So with these different actions, we think that we can bring in more private sector, and then the philanthropies, because there are also different sources, non-financial, non-traditional source of financing that we are trying to bring with us along. And last but not least, I want to, and here I want to acknowledge ICBA and FAO. We have really very strong partnership into working with different institutions, think tanks, and religious institutes in helping us really drive knowledge building, innovation, and capacity development. We are trying really to work with different partners to build the capacity and institution in different countries, which is sometimes lacking because we jump sometimes on the financing. Oh, we need financing, but sometimes it is more about building the institutions in our countries to be able to absorb the type of financing that can come into our country. So I think that this is the kind of thing that we have been trying to do, having a comprehensive solution, working with different partners, and trying to make a big dent. Because at the end of the day, no one institution can make it alone. So we will need all the different partners involved to help us make sure that we can provide a sustainable solution to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Isa. Definitely, it takes a village, and integration is all about the key. It's the key. The key is all about the integration. And I want to go back. Thank you so much for your insightful answer. But I want to go back to Dr. Graminus. Dr. Graminus, Your Excellency, can you hear us? That's the challenges of virtual meeting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it seems like there's a technical issue with with His Excellency Dr. Graminus. I'm so sorry for this, but of course your presence encounters us, all of us, and thank you so much to my esteemed panelists for your insights. And moving on to another important virtual guest with us is His Excellency. His Excellency Mr. Wana Tavir Hussein, Federal Minister of National Food Security and Research, and also the Industrial Production Minister. Minister, Your Excellency, can you hear us? Seems like we have some kind of problems with our Zoom and virtual. Technology is not on our side today. So I will use this opportunity to hear more from our in-person panelists. And I'm hoping that technology would work on the second round of questions. And now we will conclude the first round of questions. I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, Dr. Fahman. It was a pleasure holding this round, and truly, thank you so much for your insightful answers. And it takes public sectors, it takes the government, and it takes also financial institutes to make it happen in order to know the context and the challenges. And now we're moving to the second round. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And very sorry for our online participants who are not being able to come here, but I've been informed that Mr. Minister will join us in 10 minutes. So before we going to Mr. Minister, let's begin the second round question. Actually, we prepare several questions, but since we don't have too much time for this, so I'm just going to ask a closing statements from all of you one by one. Please, maybe from Ms. Dr. Yemi, and then all the way to this side.
Closing statements. I mean, I just want to make an appeal to the global financial system. So many times we hear about all these massive pledges and commitments towards funding, but a lot of times it doesn't trickle down to the people that actually need this intervention. The appeal on this global stage is to say that we should try as much as possible to simplify the processes of accessing funding, the processes of developing cooperation among partners, so that we can quickly move and deploy solutions and help where it is needed. Again, we need to be sure that we capture the total cost of carbon. Because if we can't make the markets work, and if the market is not reflective of the realities, then we won't be able to make progress as quickly as possible. That should be my closing remarks. Thank you.
My closing remark will be around three things. The first one is celebrating success. There are so many successful stories in here. I mean, we're looking at it at COP29. I mean, we were part of some session earlier this morning where we spoke about a case study from Central Asia and the success stories around it, and also building on successes from what has been agreed on in COP28 and taking it forward to the different COPs and bringing all the parties together. I mean, it's more actions. I mean, as they always say, action speaks louder than voice. So, I mean, collaborating together and creating some solutions, I think this is the key thing. Secondly, there's supposed to be a more room. One of the success stories is ICBA. I mean, since the Islamic Development Bank is here on the panel, I mean, ICBA is founded by the Islamic Development Bank and government of the UAE since 1999. So taking those kind of successes and moving the solutions to the ground and implementing it, I think this is itself. We need to remind ourselves that there are so many seeds that has been planted and it's really giving us the solutions for it. And knowledge transfer and capacity development, I think this is really the key to make sure that these successes are sustainable. Moving the knowledge from the labs or a research center or innovation hubs to the people, to the right stakeholders, to the women and youth, and ensure that there is a room to accommodate them and ensure that they're learning and also contributing at the same time. There is a room for everyone. Inclusion is important, so we need to really learn from each other and bring the knowledge to the others. Last is really the power of unlocking finances, and this is really important, especially when it comes to the cases of climate change. You mentioned is a lot of pledges, a lot of funds, a lot of collaboration. We need to open the closed doors, and we make sure that even if the doors are open, there is a signages to them. So people really need to know how to go, how to get there, and how can they collaborate in order for us to make a collective successes. Thank you.
Thank you. My key message would be definitely about agri-food system being part of the climate mitigation and adaptation. Recently, we've just, in the last COP, started to understand that water is part of the climate negotiation and part of the climate mitigation and adaptation. And I think we need to realize the same for the agri-food system now. I wanted to highlight capacity development, but you did it perfectly, so I won't have to do that. Maybe I just want to put it in relation with data, because I mentioned that we have data available now. We make sure that this data is free, is open source, is available for everyone, but through capacity development, we need to make sure that in country, we have competency expertise to make sure that this data can be used by the country themselves after the end of the project, because that's the problem that we're often facing, that we're working on short-term project, and when the project is ending, there is no more. So I think that's the two messages, and the last one on coordination, but I'm sure I will have some help from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are from different countries, and there is the international organization which would like to cooperate all us, and we have different problems, sometimes different challenges, different solutions in different countries. Today morning we are talking about the Baku Harmonia initiative, which this initiative with FAO and Ministry of Agriculture together give the COP29. And this is exactly about our issue. Because if we have the different solution in different countries, everybody need to catch these solutions. That's why sharing even data, even the solution, even anything else, it's so important to catch all these. And Baku Harmony Initiative just give us this chance, because they targeted, this is initiative targeted to catch all the stakeholders, sharing platform, given the sharing platform. I totally agree that investment, it's not finance, it's not just one important thing, but not all. We need more. At the beginning, we need to have knowledge about the solution. Then we catch them and later we can give the finance to this point. That's for future. If we are, if we want to have the better future, we need to share our solution. We need to have such kind of platforms and to find solutions sometimes together and easier. We talked about on the state bodies between the state bodies, but it's just sometimes it's the problem between the countries too. That's why we need to solve this problem with our initiatives too. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming Baku, for coming Azerbaijan. We hope that we will catch more initiatives in other COPs too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll have 3 points also as a wrap up. One would be that the Islamic Development Bank has been delivering on its promises. If you look at our volume of financing going to climate, we have reached a volume of 5.5 billion, and which 47% is climate adaptation, which is very rare and difficult in the MDB world. So we are really making good strides into pushing climate finance. We have already reached our ambitious target of allocating 35% of our portfolio to climate action. And we have achieved that 2 years ahead of schedule. So, and then last but not least, all our sovereign operations are now Paris aligned. So this shows that how serious we are about this nexus and how ambitious we have been. Yeah. So we're delivering on that. But my second point, and I think that may be the most important one, is that we all kind of conscious about these issues, this nexus, food, climate, energy, and all these things. But when we look at the SDGs, we are kind of really not doing great. 17% of the SDGs have been met, so we are off track. This begs a question: what is it that we're not doing right? I think there is some thinking there out of the box to try to understand why. But what I would submit to here is that we need to move away from this kind of situation where we are chasing targets. Oh, targets this, targets that, target. Beyond those targets, we have individuals, we have livelihood, we have to care about those people. So the people need solutions. They don't need targets. So maybe there is a thinking there to revisit the way we are approaching sustainable development to make sure that we can deliver on this. And last but not least, we need everyone. I think that cooperation, and cooperation.
Thank you so much for all your insightful remarks. And I'm very happy and grateful and honored that we have been able to connect with His Excellency Mr. Rana Tanvir Hussain, Federal Minister for National Food Security and Research, Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Excellency, Mr. Minister, can you hear my voice? Welcome to our panel session. Mr. Minister.
Yes.
Okay, we can hear you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome. We are very appreciate that you are allocating your time in your busy schedule to be with us today. We have been talking about best practices and challenges in terms of implementation of water, energy, food ecosystem nexus in various geographies and from international organizations' perspective. Mr. Minister, if you would like to have a statement about how your country is doing and your remarks about this welfare nexus approach, please will be appreciated. The floor is yours, Minister.
Thank you very much for giving me the time I can explain Pakistan's position. Islamic Republic of Pakistan is a South Asian country. Pakistan is the 5th most populous country with a population over 241.5 million. Agriculture is the backbone of Pakistan's economy, which relies heavily on its major crops: wheat, rice, cotton, and sugarcane. Pakistan's principal natural resources are arable land and water. Agriculture accounts for about 20% 3.32% of Pakistan GDP and employs about 42.3% of the labor force. Pakistan is highly vulnerable to climate change, as with the changing climate in South Asia as a whole. The climate of Pakistan has changed over the past several decades. There's significant impact on the environment and the people. In addition to increased heat, drought, and extreme weather in the parts of the country, the melting of glaciers in the Himalayas has impacted some of the important rivers of Pakistan. Between 1999 and 2022, Pakistan ranked fifth in the countries affected by the extreme weather caused by climate change. Pakistan's agriculture output is the 10th largest in the world. The country produces large and growing quantities of cereals, meat, milk, fruits, and vegetables. Currently, Pakistan produces about 38 million tons of cereals, mainly wheat, rice, and corn. 70 million tons of fruits and vegetables, 70 million tons of sugarcane, 60 million tons of milk, 4.5 million tons of meat. Total value of the nation's agriculture output exceeds 50 billion US dollar. Improving agriculture inputs and modernizing value chains can help the farm sector become much more productive to serve both domestic and export markets. The ministry has laid the foundation for water efficiency by promoting laser land leveling of farm fields and improvement of water courses. Both these initiatives were initiated 15 to 20 years ago and have resulted in significant improvement in irrigation practices. The laser land leveling initiative started under the World Bank Finance Project, which was initially subsidized, but the practice became financially viable through the private sector service providers. It is now widely practiced in large parts of Punjab and Sindh. Similarly, the initiative improvement of water courses implemented in the cooperation with provinces has resulted in water use efficiency and equity. The ministry has also supported the adoption of high efficiency irrigation system, such as drip irrigation through projects. These technologies are capital intensive, but are suitable for high value crops such as production of fruits and vegetables and olives. All these technologies were upscaled and commercialized through private sector. Use of digital monitoring for desilting of water course has also resulted into water use efficiencies. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Excellency. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. With this, we are wrapping up. So I would like to stress that to achieve sustainable future, we must work collaboratively. And then there is also a stress about innovation and financing across the sectors, regions, and institutions. So this WEF Nexus is a framework that provides a pathway for addressing these complex challenges in a holistic way. And we must act swiftly to turn this solution into reality. Once again, thank you all for our panelists for your insightful contributions, and thank you to our audience for your engagement. And we look forward to working together toward a resilient agri-food system. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.